Good afternoon, Council. I'm going to call this meeting to order of our Council of June 3rd, 2024. The first item on the agenda is the reading of the land acknowledgement, and Deputy Mayor Fryer will be doing that. Thank you.
For more than 15,000 years, the First Nations walked upon and cared for the lands we now call home. Nishnabek, Haudenosaunee, and Ojibwe, and many others who were families, friends, and communities the way we are today. The town of Collingwood acknowledges the Lake Simcoe-Nottawasaga Treaty of 1818 and the relationship it establishes with the original inhabitants of Turtle Island. We acknowledge the reality of our shared history and the current contributions of Indigenous people within our community. We seek to continue empowering expressions of pride amongst all of the diverse stakeholders in this area. We seek to do better and to continue to recognize, learn, and grow in friendship and community, nation to nation.
Thank you. I'll just mention the sad news that the wife of one of our councillors, Rob Ring, has passed, so I just wanted to acknowledge that. They were married for some 51 years, had 3 children, 5 grandchildren. And I will just say that the hearts of our council and our community are with you, Rob, and your family now. And in the weeks to come, I know this will be a difficult time. All right. So I'm looking for a motion to adopt the agenda. The motion is that the content of the council agenda for June 3rd, 2024 be adopted as amended. And the amendment is item 14.2.1, 2024-14, investment policy review, report and recommendation added. That's moved by Councillor Potts, seconded by Councillor Baines. Any comments or amendments? All those in favor? That's unanimous. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest today? Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Regarding item 7.2.2, it's the severed section of T 2024-12, and that's the May 22nd community of the whole meeting on Council Community Grant Awards for Hope Chapel. I noted a non-pecuniary code of conduct disqualifying interest in the Hope Chapel application, as I am a community volunteer for their student lunch program. So I'll step away for this item too, as I had on the previous meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Mayor Hamlin. I will I have a declared conflict in the same item, so I will step away from the table regarding the Hope Chapel. Thank you.
Thank you. If you find yourself in a position during the meeting where you have an interest, please declare at that time. So the next item is community announcements. We'll start with you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. First, I wanted to congratulate the organizers of Campbell House Hospice Walk and Bike. They had close to 650 participants, and that's led to donations exceeding $210,000 at last count. I think it's another example of the fantastic community we all live in. And if anyone's still interested in donating, they can go onto the website at hgtfoundation.com. I had the opportunity over the past couple of weeks to do safety walkabouts at Admiral Collingwood with Councillor Perry and Cameron with Councillor Baines, as well as Collingwood Collegiate Institute with MPP Saunderson and Trustee Foley, who we're going to hear from shortly. It was very interesting to learn about CCI's exceptional technology and craftsperson programs, which Principal Lalonde informed us were amongst the best in the Simcoe County District School Board District. Some great feedback out of the tours as well, and ensuing discussions, which I have been able to relay to our staff for some follow-up. Staff also attended the walkabouts, and I really appreciate their efforts and wanted to express our thanks to them because I know that was well received by the organizers as well. There was great feedback from those, and out of those, there will definitely lead to some improved safety measures, further protecting our children and families. And relating to safety measures, this is Crossing Guard Appreciation Week. We are so grateful for those who provide this vital community assistance service. Thank you to all for making our community safer. If there is anyone interested in joining the ranks of this important group, please contact Service Collingwood to learn more. It was one of the items that was discussed at both walkabouts, and there is a greater need now even for more crossing guards. So anybody interested would be great. I just also wanted to close with a note about Saturday, June 15th. General and Marine Hospital fundraiser is at Side Launch Brewery, and it's the 5th annual Jack Pays It Forward. It's going to be held from noon till 5 p.m. And there's a full slate of family fun planned with tickets available through Eventbrite. If you can get out with the kids, there will be much enjoyment in memory of Jack's for a very worthwhile cause. And those were the items that I had, Mayor Hamlin.
Thank you. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Just one this evening, just an announcement and congratulations to our Collingwood Special Olympic swim team. One of their coaches is Brittany Gill, and Brittany dropped me a line to let me know how well they had done at their recent spring provincial games in May 23rd to 26th in Waterloo. The Collingwood team had 6 members on the swim team, and they competed in 24 events throughout the weekend. They were respectful of everyone they encountered and showed great sportsmanship. They represented our town with pride and telling everyone where they were from and trading town pins with numerous other communities. So the athletes gave their best efforts, and all ending up on the podium and bringing home 9 gold, 7 silver, and 3 bronze. So the coaches are obviously very proud of the athletes' hard work and dedication to the sport leading up to the games. And if we have any athletes that qualify for the national games, they will let us know in early 2025. So congratulations to all the athletes on representing us well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Mayor. And I send out congratulations to staff from 3 Parks and Rec departments, Wasaga Beach, Clearview, and the town of Collingwood for a very successful Trail Tunes event. Weather couldn't have been better. Music couldn't have been better. There were so many participants walking, cycling, and rolling. It was a great event, just a wonderful feeling. And that event is held in conjunction with June Bike Month in Ontario. And just a couple of reminders to drivers always to be aware of bikes, especially when turning right and backing out of driveways. And cyclists, use your rules, stopping, turning. Make sure that vehicles are aware of what your intentions are. Bicycles are vehicles too. And don't forget that we now have the Maple Street Bikeway, which is a shared facility for bikes and cars. And it's a very pleasant ride downtown. And I see that it's getting more and more use. And finally, take the opportunity this month to choose your bike instead of your car just once a day for one message where it might work. By using a bike instead of a car once a day, University of Oxford has done research that indicates that a person can cut their transportation greenhouse gas related emissions by 67%. So it's well worth doing, and it's good for your health as well. And that's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Potts.
I have 2 announcements. On Saturday morning, this past Saturday morning, along with Deputy Mayor Fryer and Councillor Doherty, I attended the National Itosu Kai Karate Tournament at Collingwood Collegiate. This event hosted 170 plus participants along with their friends and families. On Friday evening, a small fire had broke out in the bleacher area of the gymnasium. And with the professional work of the Collingwood Fire Department, the tournament was able to continue. I received a message from Trustee Foley here earlier today, and we would like to thank staff from the Simcoe County District School Board and the local fire department for their quick response in relation to a mechanical issue that occurred at Collingwood Collegiate Institute Friday evening. The quick response allowed the National Karate Tournament to continue as scheduled. So congratulations to the local karate club on their well-perceived tournament, and also everybody involved in making sure that it was safe and able to continue. My second, on Saturday evening, I attended the wrestling night in Collingwood at the Collingwood Curling Club with over 500 fans. I would say it was more close to 1,000, but at 500 fans, this event has raised to date $4,200 for Special Olympics, with the final tally still being calculated. Big thank you to John Edwards, Rock Solid Wrestling, all the event volunteers, and to all the sponsors that made this event possible. To be there to see the excitement on the Special Olympic athletes' faces is something very special and extremely important to our community. And that's my announcements. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Your Worship. You know, June is such a lovely month here in Collingwood. Not only does it is spring bursting out all over, but it also portends the arrival of summer later on towards this month. But it also represents your opportunity to purchase, for the modest investment of $5, a rubber ducky ticket for the 19th annual running of the rubber ducky race down the Pretty River from the Hume Street Bridge to the Pretty River Parkway Bridge on Canada Day. This hosted by the Optimist Club of Collingwood and Southern Georgian Bay. You could win $1,000, and all of these proceeds will go towards supporting youth here in this region. So buy your rubber ducky ticket either at Canadian Tire for the next 4 Saturdays in June or at the Farmers Market. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Did you miss the library? I'm going to try and do this enthusiastically, Mr. Baines. Did you miss the library's big book sale last month? Never fear. The library has an ongoing book sale on the first floor by the elevator. If you're looking to stock up in summer reads, this is the perfect place. All purchases are by donation. Also, this Friday is a PA day and our children's department will be bustling. You can drop in for crafts in Lego anytime between 1:30 and 2:30 p.m. If you have questions about other children's programs, feel free to contact Christina at 705-445-1571, extension 6234, or ksokol at collingwoodpubliclibrary.ca. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just mention a few things. Our youth mayor, Grace, will be getting into full speed of duties this week. She'll be joining me on the Peak FM on Wednesday morning at 8:30. And you will see her out in and about Town Hall on Friday. It's PA Days, so as was just mentioned. So she'll be here and she'll be shadowing one of our department heads that day. So please welcome her if you're here and see her. I also wanted to mention that a week Saturday, which is June the 15th, our Humane Society, the Georgian Tribal Humane Society, is having their major fundraiser of the year. It's a walk for pets. It leaves from Harborview Park in the morning and runs for a few hours. So if you haven't signed up or haven't been asked to donate, please go online and have a look. Also, I'll just mention, as part of my continuing efforts to build relationships with our post-secondary institutions that are nearest, I will be going on Thursday to Lakehead University for a reception being held for the installation of their new president and vice chancellor. Her name is Jillian Siddell. So I'll just be speaking, as I do always, about the need for some university courses and more close relationship with Lakehead, which of course our staff's now working on as well. So that is that. So we're on to deputations, and the first one we're going to hear from Jonathan Hillis. Welcome, Jonathan.
First, thank you very much for having me here today. I'm here to present the deputation on open alcohol in parks. And this has been brought forward based on the successful pilot down in Toronto. And so speaking with community members, several of us, I think we have some change.org petition of almost 400 signatures already for this to go through. So next slide, Tim. Really want to introduce this as a pilot. This is not something that I think the community and that I've been speaking with is looking to have this be a permanent thing out of the gate. I think it's an opportunity to pilot something for learning and getting data and to see how our community can respond in a responsible drinking manner within parks in the community. Obviously, as I mentioned, it was very successful in Toronto over the last year, and they are now looking at making that a permanent fixture as well. And I can provide the reports and data to council members as well, as I've also put together a report of my own for you as well. And one of the things I wanted to include is how do we get community involved? How do we get local businesses involved? And that's where we put our heads together and coming up with like picnic in the park once a month, where we look at doing takeout from one of the local restaurants, heading out to one of our great craft beverage producers, grabbing a drink or two and doing a picnic with our families in the park and getting out and being active. Next slide, please. The objectives is obviously to promote responsible alcohol consumption. Obviously, these things are happening to date and are being concealed, and it is sending a wrong message to our youth because it's showing them to hide these types of things from authority figures, and we want to make sure we're setting a great example for our youth moving forward. It's a wonderful way to support local businesses and foster community engagement as well. Next slide. As you know, the Toronto pilot, 92% of park visitors were very satisfied with their visits during this pilot. There were no significant increases in incidents, no additional police presence needed, and there was an economic boost for local businesses close to those parks. Next slide. It aligns really, really well with Collingwood's brand of being the craft beverage capital. So it enhances that identity. It can promote that local beverage producers that are in the area and being able to go enjoy one while you might be watching your kid's soccer game or baseball game, or just down at local Sunset Park. But it helps strengthen the community branding as well as can attract tourists. Next slide. As I mentioned, doing a picnic in the park day where we look at working with the community, boosting the community around getting out and being active and having that picnic as a family, but also getting local supports from restaurants as well. One of the ideas that have come to the table is helping the local businesses have some type of either picnic basket, could have a blanket as well as some lawn games that you can sign out, put a deposit down for, enjoy your takeout, enjoy a nice local beverage, and then be able to bring that back for the next group to use as well. Next slide. The benefits to the community is obviously we want to help the local businesses and boost those businesses and economically as well. Look at increased community engagement and enhance the park experience for our community and for our visitors. Next slide. In conclusion, we really want to make sure that we base this decision off a pilot and want to make sure that we're not making these assumptions about what others would do. We're not looking to make this a permanent thing out of the date. We really want to give this a try and see how our community responds to being responsible in parks with open beverages, and to look at gathering that data to see if it is something that we look at making permanent. But the main thing is how we make these decisions is based off of what we know and how our network and our friends might act in this situation. I know for myself, I can speak firmly and say that they would be very responsible in this type of situation. I know there may be some bad apples here, but a couple bad apples shouldn't ruin it for a lot of great individuals and families that are looking to have a good time, watch their kids' sports, cheer them on, and create community. Next slide. And that is it for me. I really do appreciate the time here to speak to you today about this. Would love to have individual conversations with you as well. Get your thoughts on what this could look like for our own community. And hopefully we can maybe have a pilot go through and learn what we can from responsible drinking in our parks.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. The next deputation is from Mike Foley. He's the trustee of our public school board.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Bring greetings from the Simcoe County District School Board. It's been a while since we've been here, and nice to see everybody. I want to thank Deputy Fryer and Councillor Baines for coming out for the walk around. It was really interesting. We learned a lot, making Collingwood a little safer for school kids. I'm going to bring a little bit of information. I'm going to talk a little bit about the accommodation plan, and it's on our website if you want to look at it further. I'm just going to talk about a couple of paragraphs about CCI. And essentially, it's capital projects under consideration. Collingwood CI replacement school. Currently, the elementary and secondary schools in Northwest communities are over capacity, projected to remain so over the long term, increasing reliance on portable classroom accommodation. In 2017, the province allocated a net growth of approximately 11,607 people by 2031 to Collingwood, a population from 21,793 to 33,400. The growth plan was updated in 2020. The board is recommending an 1,104 pupil place replacement for CCI with the ability to place a future addition to support future growth if necessary. The replacement school will ensure that there's a secondary school available to support the community while the board secures future growth funding in the town of Collingwood and the town of Wasaga Beach. A variety of interconnected factors are present in the northwest of the Simcoe County School Board's jurisdiction. Collingwood faces significant facility condition pressures coupled with planned residential growth for the town. Collingwood was assessed through the Ministry of Education Facility Audit Program in 2016, and the facility condition audit has indicated that 33% of the components of CCI have reached their expected life cycle. Essentially, the school is aged out. Something a little older than me. A new assessment would have been completed in 2020. The findings indicate that the school has reached 57% of its life cycle. A component replacement of $21,180,000 to build critical repair was determined. Given the recent facility consideration report, it's recommended that facility services meet with Collingwood administration to discuss the creation of a contingency plan. So last week, I reached out to some of the councillors here, and some of the questions that I received were, why can't a CCI be built on the existing sports field of CCI? Although it seemed like the nicest idea at the time, just not possible. There's so many obstacles and speed bumps. Simcoe County staff enlisted the service of an architect to explore the various scenarios, and the feasibility study was completed in November 22. There were 3 scenarios examined in detail that had some degree of viability. One was to rebuild the school on the existing field and retain current school for student learning during construction. B was rebuild the school on the existing field and demolish part of the building, science labs, and part of the gym at the back of the school to provide more flexibility and retain the rest of the school for student learning during construction. And C was to move the students elsewhere and rebuild where the current school exists. From an engineering perspective, and if cost was not a factor, options A and B are theoretically possible. It is, however, not recommended for the following reasons. The school staff and population would have to coexist on the existing construction site for an extended period of time, and there are no services on Campbell Street, which is where the replacement school would front, meaning significant infrastructure work would have to be required. With the playfield under construction, stormwater management would become extremely difficult with on-site ponds, retention infrastructure required at significant cost. Areas would be required for staging of equipment. This would just mean reduced parking, removal of existing portables, demolition would be required while teaching gymnasium space available to students during construction. If portables and other teaching spaces were removed, some of the student population would need to relocate elsewhere. There really isn't anywhere for them to go. The school would be an active construction site with minimal separation while functioning as an operational school site. Alternative arrangement for the field use and parking would be required, and the build would be much longer than a traditional build. It's estimated from start to finish, the project would last ranging from 5 to 7 years until completion, as opposed to a 2 to 3 year timeline in a traditional build. Significant cost premiums would be needed along with specialized construction methods to support periodic stress closures. Significant cost premiums would be needed along with specialized construction methods as well. Traffic and neighborhood impacts would be significant. And while all the necessary precautions would be taken, the perception of safety concerns could be a real challenge. So due to the above, option C, or an alternative site as to where staff and students are currently would be focused for their efforts. So really, we have to find another site in town. So the call is out. If any of you folks happen to know some developers that would like to build a secondary school in excess of 1,100 students with all the necessary requirements, please contact us. Due to option C, or an alternative site as to where staff are currently focusing their efforts. Number 2, are there any lands our board has looked at seriously, and if so, where? So some properties were mentioned to me by councillors last week. Originally, the draft official plan did not permit secondary schools anywhere else in Collingwood but at the existing site. So our staff met with town and county staff in November, worked with them, and as a result, amendments were made to the official plan to now allow a secondary school elsewhere. The initial strategy was to explore the idea of securing a Wasaga Beach secondary school first, and then a CCI replacement. With that in order, it would permit temporary relocation of Collingwood school students to another school, a Wasaga or Stainer school, while a replacement CCI could be rebuilt on the existing site or elsewhere. Due to the uncertainty of capital priority funding, staff are looking at other potential locations. To this point, staff has not focused on a specific site nor completed due diligence since the aforementioned scenarios were explored in detail first. That said, staff have explored and scouted a variety of locations that include East End industrial lands, Poplar side road lands, although an MZO application has been submitted for a good swath of that land. We need a developer for consideration for a school site, and this application is with the province waiting for approval. Cranberry Village Golf Course redevelopment, possible lands on Harbour Street. Staff are now focusing on further or viable locations. Staff will be asking town staff about their land holdings and if any alignments may exist. Another question posed, land on 10 and Mountain Panorama, is that a possibility? And the answer is our board has a 5-acre elementary school site in the draft plan of that subdivision along with Linksview. The plan for the subdivision is small and would be difficult to incorporate a 20-acre school site. And 20 acres is really what we need for a full functioning, fully developed secondary school. So at this time, that land on Mountain Panorama is not really a consideration. Is there a plan that we would work with Collingwood on a joint recreation? This hasn't been discussed with the staff at Collingwood on a joint recreation plan yet. The projection presently is for 1,104 students, but that's not written in stone. Presently, we have between 875 and 900 Collingwood students. The board would strive for a minimum size of 1,100 in order to maximize program and pathway opportunities. Once again, we're not firm on that number. We do, however, expect growth over time. And in fact, the long-term provincial growth targets out to 2051 has Collingwood significantly increasing in population. Needs in Collingwood and Wasaga Beach will be sustained. There were questions on police in schools. On June 13th, our board will meet with all police services in Simcoe and other areas that are within our geographic area for ongoing improved communication, and this will occur biannually. Moving forward, we have developed a good relationship with our police services, and our protocols with police services are being updated and to the betterment of educational and community needs. And at that, I'll take any further questions.
Okay, well, thank you. I should just say I invited both Mike and the chair of the school board to meet with me, I guess about a month ago. So I went to their offices, and for two reasons. One, to enhance our cooperation as we're trying to build out our community. It's so good for us to have a good working relationship with our school boards. And also, I really wanted him to come today, and thank you for coming, to talk to our community about what the thinking is around CCI, because it may take a lot of brains to sort out what's the best thing for our community. And thank you so much for explaining where exactly the school board is and your thinking on this now.
Thank you. It's been my pleasure to come here.
Yeah, thank you. So, Councillor Potts, you were first.
Thanks, Mayor Hamlin. Through you, Trustee Foley. Just a general question. I know you talked about the condition of the school and whatnot. How is CCI in general? How are they doing? How's the students receiving that? And just, I guess, an overall, how are they?
Things are good. We're doing really great. Funny you should ask. I have a long list of accomplishments. We currently have over 50 students who qualified for track at OFSAA regionals. Track and field team won first place overall in Georgian Bay. Athletics, cross country team, girls and boys overall, placed first in GBSSAA. Junior girls cross country placed silver, OFSAA. Novice boys cross country placed fourth at OFSAA. Lots of activity, lots of athletes in CCI. I'm very, very pleased to say we've done extremely well, both regionally and provincially. In the arts, at National Theatre Drama School, and our drama club won the district level in the regionals. They won outstanding performance and best duo scene. Our symphonic band won gold, and the Excellence in Clinic Award at Nationals. CCI students placed first and second in the student category at Blue Mountain Foundation for the Arts. In tech, and I know that some of you made it out to the tech robotics challenges at the school, but provincially, the CCI robotics team competed against 30 other robotic teams in Ontario and placed second. There was collaboration between the computer science program and manufacturing with the support of teachers and student. They manufactured and coded the very own robot. And aside to all the stuff I have written here, I got to tell you that students and teachers came in on weekends, on holidays. They worked an incredible amount of hours on robotics to achieve what they did. I went there to the local one. It was just amazing. At his very first attempt, a Skills Ontario grade 11 student placed 8th out of 44 students in the auto service sector. Our community outdoor ed class and environmental club participated in many community initiatives. Cleanup helped maintain a community veggie garden, guided hikes and discussions of ecosystems. CCI Backpack Program, which assists families with insecurities throughout the school and with food and hygiene products. And through SHISM, CCI continues to support 5 specialist high school major programs: hospitality and tourism, health and wellness, transportation, arts and culture, and construction. Our Ontario Youth Apprenticeship Program has really taken off. We're getting a lot more students out there, and they're working in the trades. A lot of our trades are at retirement age, and we're looking at bringing on lots of new tradespeople, and thankfully CCI is leading that. Major school trips, New York City trip for music students, and Iceland trip for art students. So there's a lot of stuff going on, and I'm pleased to say that staff and students are working together to make everything really work well. So thank you.
Thank you. Did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, just a quick follow-up. Perfect timing. I got a text from my son going into grade 9 today, and his timetable, he's got skilled trades in first semester. So it was quite good to see that, and that will be an avenue he will be taking. So
Excellent.
Thanks a lot for your presentation.
Councillor Baines.
Thank you. To Trustee Foley, admirable record that you've just related to us in regard to CCI. My question is in regard to housing, if you will, upwards of 1,000 students for 3 years at either Wasaga Beach or Stayner. What would actually have to occur to either one of those schools to allow that to happen? I imagine it'd be significant temporary upgrades.
I suspect that there would be, no doubt about it. I mean, staff have planned once the Wasaga High School is built. We're waiting for capital submissions. We're hoping that the provincial government allows us to do another one. We will own the land in Wasaga, which is approximately 20 acres, end of this month. So that brings us one step closer and much higher on the list for submissions. Once the Wasaga High School is built, it'll have accommodation for between 11 and 1,200 students. And of course, we have pods of portables, should we so require them, if there's some sort of transference of students. But once we get that built, that's our go-to place for CCI for a while. And we would look at other locations as well. But that would be the primary one, first and foremost. So one has to be built in order to recreate Collingwood High School.
Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you very much, Mr. Foley. That was an excellent update. I don't have a lot of, I got to be honest, a lot of familiarity with what is happening in in secondary education. But one thing that I was very gratified to hear was the renewed focus on trades. Every time you talk to a builder or developer, it's the same issue with not having the trades to be able to build homes as fast as we all want to see them built. So that's really good news. The other question I was going to ask, and you know what, maybe this is pie in the sky, but among the locations and partnerships that you identified for a new school, I didn't hear you mention Georgian College. And I'm just wondering if there is some sort of a collaboration that could occur between the college, Georgian College, the ministry that oversees colleges and universities, and the high school and the education at the secondary level. I just see it if there was room on those lands to build near or connected to or somehow to allow for the connectivity between the two, that it would be very aspirational for the kids that are going to secondary school. So anyway, like I said, that's just me spitballing, but you know what? Anything's possible, right?
Well, I can tell you that presently we're working with Georgian College right now. We're working with, we're running an EA program with them, and we're also running a PSW program with them to expedite education in those two areas. So I don't think it would be a stretch to certainly ask that, but that's not my purview, but I'll certainly mention it to staff and let them know what your suggestion was.
Thank you.
Quite welcome.
Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I just want to take the opportunity to thank Trustee Foley. The presentation was excellent, but from the get-go this term, I've noticed your extreme commitment to fulfilling your duties and keeping council members aware and public aware of what's going on at the school board. And that was all very good information to have in regards to what we could be contemplating. When we had that opportunity to tour with the principal Lalonde a couple of weeks ago, I was not aware at that point in time that it was a very good possibility to have been another location. And at that point in time, Principal Lalonde and I had a conversation about transit. And so we're doing our master mobility transportation plan right now. So the timing is perfect to make sure everybody's aware of what the possibilities could be, because there could be in a relationship to what we're coming up with in regards to a transit policy. So again, really appreciate your commitment and thank you for updating us.
Well, thank you. My pleasure to be here. And once again, one thing I haven't said is I really want to thank you for putting forward the motion and voting on it a couple of weeks back to lower the speed limit in front of schools. And thank you very much for taking school safety into consideration. So as you thank me, I will thank all of you. Thank you. And I hope to see you next year.
Okay, don't go yet. CEO's coming.
Thank you very much through you. I noticed that you mentioned you will be meeting with our wonderful police and other police forces as well. And for municipalities, each of them works with a police services board, and they set the local priorities because, as you're probably aware, it's your land taxes, of course, that pay for your local police. Right. And then we have a contract with the OPP that the police services boards oversee. So if you're meeting with the police, you might consider also including the chairs or a representative from the police services boards, which can help to provide just the overall, some overall context or a greater understanding at the policy and strategy level for policing in our areas. Thank you.
Absolutely. I'd be happy to provide your information to the superintendent in charge of that and see that he listens or understands what you're asking. So thank you very much.
Question. Thank you.
No, I think everybody covered most of it. I just have a bit of angst. I'm dating myself, but I was going to that school when the new expansion was built, and it was such a beautiful expansion, and I know all along our developments, the draft plans all along the 10th line, the public school for the elementary have put 5 acres into almost every one of those. It's too bad we couldn't add them all together to do something for the high school. And so I really hope, I also had the experience of education in a gym with grades 1 to 6 while they were building Maple Grove School in Barrie. And that's distracting as well. So I think you've got a big job ahead of you here. And so then I worry about all the sports programs and the loss of the CCI, Fighting Owls, and does that all get taken into other schools? And so we lose that whole momentum as a school in our community and in the competitions that you have outlined that we have been so accomplished in. So there's a lot of school history. So I'm going to be following this with much interest and hope that we can work very hard to find you somewhere in Collingwood. To at least, I don't know, even the temporary solution can be disruptive scholastically for everyone. And I know that will be an important part of your considerations.
Well, we'll definitely do our best to make sure that the transition is as smooth and seamless as possible. No doubt about that. Mayor Hamlin was at the board a few weeks ago. We looked at a map and we were looking, where can we go? So it's a matter of finding the appropriate acreage right now. And once we do, then, we can move forward.
And thank you. I have a question, which is, if another site is secured, will it be necessary to move the CCI students while a new school is being built?
No, I don't think so. I think that makes perfect sense.
So the moving to the other schools, whether it's Stayner or Wasaga or some combination, that's only needed if we're rebuilding on the same site? Is that right?
Based on the information I gave you. I'd be happy to share the notes which came from the board with you if you'd like.
Okay.
And that'll give you a much clearer picture. They're a little more extensive than I spoke of.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate your time in coming here today.
Who should I give these to?
What's the best way? Just pass them through.
Okay.
Pass them to
All means.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Jeffrey.
I'll give you both. This is for police services. Actually, I'll give you all of these.
Police services. Do you want me to send you a copy?
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the next item on our agenda is number 11. It's our consent agenda. Oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong page. Wrong page. I'm just rushing through here. Okay. So there's no public meetings today. Number 7 is the adoption of the minutes. So the first one is 7.1.1. The recommendation is that the minutes of the Council Committee of the Whole meeting held May 22, 2024, excluding the Committee of the Whole recommendations, and the Council meeting held May 27, 2024, be approved as presented. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Perry, seconded by Councillor Jeffrey. Any comments? Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I'd just like to point out a topographical tweak that I think is perhaps needed on page 3 of the Committee of the Whole meetings of May the 22nd, 10.1 under Department Updates. I'm sure that the staff member directly seated behind me would prefer to be known as Director Slama rather than Directly Slama.
Good catch. So noted. Okay, with that in mind, all those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. Is there any business arising out of those previous minutes? Okay, seeing none. Next, 7.2.1, recommendation that the Committee of the Whole recommendations from its meeting held May 22, 2024, contained within the May 22, 2024 Council minutes be approved as presented. There's 4 items. The Affordable Housing Master Plan, 2024 Work Plan, the Townwide Development Charge Implementation Options, the Community Council Community Grant Awards, and the various reports and committees board minutes. Can I have a mover and a seconder for that, please? Deputy Mayor Fryer, seconded by Councillor Doherty. Any comments on any of that? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. So the Deputy Mayor Fryer and Councillor Potts are leaving the room because of the conflicts they mentioned previously. The recommendation for the next item is that under the Council Community Grant Policy, Council award $4,400 allocated for Hope Chapel School Lunch Program for from the 2024 operating budget. And I should note, it says underneath what I've just read there is the recommendation that the vote was 8-1. I'll just note it was 6-1 because both Councillor Potts and Deputy Mayor Fryer had also excused themselves for that initial vote. All right, can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Baines, seconded by Councillor Jeffrey. Any comment on this? All those in favor and opposed? Okay, so noted. Thank you. There are no staff reports. The next item is the temporary borrowing bylaw. This is the regular bylaw that comes forward this time of year. The recommendation is that bylaw number 2024-045, being a bylaw to authorize temporary borrowing to meet the current expenditures of the town of Collingwood until taxes are collected and other revenues are received, be enacted and passed this 3rd day of June, 2024. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this one? Councillor Potts, seconded by Councillor Perry. Any comment? All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. We have 2 departmental updates. The first one is from CO Skinner speaking about Poplar Health and Wellness Village update.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Council has asked that we provide an update each month on anything that's happening with the Poplar Health and Wellness Village. It's a short update this month. The province, no new information from the province on their decisions related to putting our new hospital at this location, but our fingers remain crossed, and I think the hospital is continuing to pursue what that would look like. The next step for us will be to receive the block and phasing plan from the owner and or developer, which would be Depoche Management Limited and or Live, Work, Learn, Play. But we have not received anything at this time. The province has continued to monitor the progress on a number of ministerial zoning order decisions, including this one, and that continues. They haven't asked us for any updates in the past month. We continue to have very positive expectations and excitement around the possibilities from this development. And we continue to wish Live, Work, Learn, Play and Depoche well in attracting and developing the partnerships and investments that are needed to fulfill the vision for this exciting property. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. Any questions on this update? Okay, seeing none. The next update is our customer service update with the 2023 stats and the 2024 plans. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here, of course, to present Customer Service Division update and share some stats with you. So we have some slides. Thank you. We can actually go to the first slide, please, or next slide. Get that perfect. So I'll start out just covering some of the highlights so far for 2024. As you may recall, training occurred in December and early this year for all of our staff on the customer service standards and response policy that took effect in January. This policy outlines our standards of service delivery and provides response times that we're committed to meeting to. Alongside this, we've also posted the policy and response standards on the website with options to provide compliments or complaints based on service received. And I have some slides coming up with some of those results that we'll see shortly. And additionally, we've been working on, in partnership, of course, with our IT folks, on centralizing our first point of contact for customer service requests and really working on that one number concept. So we have started rerouting several phone numbers to our main town phone number for a more consistent experience. Of course, with the intent in the future to decommission some of those department-specific phone numbers and continue to promote our main phone number, 705-445-1030. Thought I'd take the chance to say it now. Not only does this provide a streamlined service experience for customers, but also, of course, helps on the back end, having fewer numbers to manage and, just from a costs and efficiency perspective. Next slide, please. So, of course, we continue to mature our customer service processes with the help of investments in our software and continue to bring more service types online. So one example this year is with our water services division. So this is a new addition of another division being brought kind of online, if you will, in the sense that their specific service request types are now available via our self-serve on our portal. And then internally, staff have also been trained and are fully using our customer service software for their work orders. So everything's in one system. Additionally, we've also partnered with the Office of the Mayor to enable online request types as well through our portal and allow a smoother transition and handoff for tracking of requests that might be best supported with our Service Collingwood team. Next slide, please. So here we've just got a quick screenshot of what our customer service Collingwood portal looks like. So we do have a lot of online tools available and a lot of service requests that are available, and folks can submit 24/7. Of course, we continue month over month to build out what options are available in those catalog of requests. So if you haven't already seen it, here it is, and I encourage you to promote it, and you can use it yourself as well. On the next slide, please. Just another call out for some of the enhancements that we're doing on the website. We've heard that there's some feedback, potentially around public transit. I know there have been some deputations in recent meetings. So we want to make it easier and easier for our residents to provide feedback. So here's just one screenshot. We have right on our transit page to report a compliment or complaint. Give us that feedback. We don't want people hunting for, where's the right place to do it. We want to make it as easy as possible. Next slide, please. So here we're getting to some of the numbers. So this first slide for stats talks about our volumes. You can see some year-over-year comparisons just of the overall inquiries that we see coming through. And then I've also listed the top 10 so far of 2024. So you can see it's definitely been a very busy start to the year for us. I'll kind of highlight the top 3 of the top 10, just to give a little bit more detail on what we're capturing. So the first one here, waterfront parking. So this continues to be a top request for our customers. And a category here would capture requests for assistance to, register for waterfront parking permits, help with the Hotspot app, or supporting first attendance on behalf of our bylaw division for parking tickets received at the waterfront. Our second highest category is with regards to taxes. I'm looking at Monica, Treasurer Quinlan. Kidding. This category would capture the different activities on the tax front. So things like making a payment in person, at the counter, requests for statements, receipts, or general information regarding payments and billing. This does represent inquiries that are handled directly with Service Collingwood, as well as the ones that would be directed to an expert within our finance team, depending on the nature of the inquiry. And then the third one to round at the top three is downtown parking. So again, very similar to the types of requests we handle with waterfront parking, including the sale of monthly parking permits, accepting ticket payments, and providing first attendance for ticket disputes. Next slide, please. So here is a snapshot just year over year where our inquiries are coming in on the different channels. So you can see in-person and phone requests make up the, about 80% of the request types that we receive. Next followed by email, and web and mail are smaller percentages. I am on my list of things to do this year. I'm going to be working with our comms team to see how we can promote the web access, that Service Collingwood portal, to increase those numbers there, as it's obviously available 24/7, and it helps us collect those exact details we need regarding any inquiries. It's a little bit more efficient for us to have it right in the system right away and get those cases where they need to go. If we can go to the next slide, please. So here we have a list of the average time to resolve. So I wanted to provide some context for this data here. So the averages that we present show the time the case has been open in the system. So as we continue to grow and expand our customer service management software, we're working on increasing the number of folks that have number of staff that have direct access in the system to close those cases, so that these numbers will hopefully begin to more accurately reflect, when work is actually being completed in the field or by the expert group. Right now, some of these cases are being closed after the fact with our Service Collingwood team, which adds a little bit of timelines to the numbers we see here once we hear back from the other departments. Also, many of our front counter inquiries are resolved in the moment. So for this calculation, we've kind of assigned them a timeline of 1 day just for calculation purposes. And then another note is just around the seasonality of the work that many of the teams do. So I'll just mention Public Works and Parks, for example. The case times we see here would also include any time that a case is in waiting status. So some examples of that would be, sod damage that might happen from a plow in January would only get resolved in the spring because we can't really effectively grow grass in the winter. Or on our park side, the parks team oversees boulevard tree replanting. Again, a request made in March. That replanting typically happens in the fall every year. So that case would remain open until the work is actually done. And then once you look in the data a little bit more carefully there, you'll notice there's a bit of overlap in some of the departments and divisions. And really, I'll call out, for example, we have parks, culture and events, and recreation listed separately, and then also, PRC listed as a whole. So we originally started tracking more at the department level, and as we continue to mature our metrics, our goal is to really get down to the division and then eventually the service request type. So you'll see some of that changing kind of as we bring these reports to you. Next slide, please. So here I get to brag a little bit. So I want to share some survey results. So we have two different ways that we're collecting feedback currently. So the first way is if somebody does provide their email address as part of their case creation. When that case is closed, they get a case closed email with a link for a survey, and they can rate our service out of 10. So you can see our results have improved 2023 into 2024. So definitely great to see that. And then additionally, for our in-person requests, we have a Happy or Not kiosk down in the front foyer, right inside the doors, which allows for some quick hit feedback with an option to leave detailed comments if the customer would wishes. And again, very happy to share that over 90% of our customers are very satisfied in both 2023 and 91 2024. So that's great news. Thank you for letting me brag a little bit. And if we go to the next slide, really just to wrap up, of course, our work continues. So we're going to be continuing to monitor for wins and opportunities with regards to our customer service standards and response policy. We do have some customer service excellence training lined up for Q4 to, of course, continue building out those skills. And we are exploring service level agreements internally to assist with clearly defining some of those roles and responsibilities in that handoff between Service Collingwood and the divisions. So with that, I'll give it back to you. And if there's any questions or comments.
Okay, thank you so much,
My pleasure.
Manager Masiak. That was amazing. Our Director Slama has, Peg. Oh, sorry. Executive Director Peg, you have something you wish to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm happy to have Director Slama speak to customer service so as well. So thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to add, and I think Manager Masiak did an excellent job putting a fine point on the fact that the small but mighty team has managed almost 3,000 inquiries to date. Quite impressive for such a small group. They also work very, very closely with the other departments. So I can't say enough how much customer service really is a team effort. Manager Masiak and her team have their wikis and resources available to them at their fingertips, but it is a cross-functional effort. And I did also just want to put a shout out to our manager who was nominated for MSDO Excellent in Transformation for her work in customer service. So customer service here has definitely been an evolution, and Ingrid and her team have been instrumental in that change. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. It's been awesome to watch us go from no customer service department virtually to even now we have metrics and happy faces.
Yes.
So thank you. Councillor Perry, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I go to customer service almost every day, so I appreciate it, but it's just for a dog biscuit. Not for me. So I did have an inquiry from a resident that they seemed a little bit, not angry, but just a bit frustrated because I had a tree fall down in their yard, and they called the town, and they seem frustrated because if the tree's on their property, it's their responsibility to have it removed. If it's on town property, it's obviously the town's responsibility. Her frustration was that it took however long it takes to get back to her, that the tree, her own tree, sat in her yard for a while, as opposed to if she had called and then somebody said, no, it's your responsibility, she would have dealt with it right off the bat, as opposed to letting it sit for a few days or however long it was. I don't know if you can answer those questions right off the hop. It seems like it'd be a pretty common question, but anyway, that's my comment. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and it definitely is like common to have questions like that or inquiries that honestly are a lot easier if somebody goes to see it on site. And that's maybe where it takes a little bit more time. And I don't know if Director Slama maybe wants to chime in too, because that would typically fall within Public Works if from a tree perspective. But it's always hard. Like you always want to trust the information being provided on the phone, but without being there in person to see it, it is a challenge to have some of those conversations. But I don't know if you wanted to talk more about it, Director.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Councillor Perry. So I think that, Salesforce and the implementation of our service Collingwood has really allowed us to mature our customer service. And this is a great example that, a year ago, if that resident had called and, had this question and wanted some information about the tree that fell, I think we weren't as quick to respond. So I think the implementation of Salesforce, it has provided better tracking and better response time. So in an instance like that, where it does require someone to go on site and then convey that it is the homeowner's responsibility and it's not a town tree, I think we're getting better at that because we have this tool to help keep us on track.
Go ahead.
Just a follow-up comment. And this comment was in no way critical. It was just simply asking a question, and so I can relay that back to the resident. Thank you.
And if I could just provide honorable mention to Councillor Perry's dog, who did, for one morning, provide customer service at our accessible counter. Anyway, I'm being a little silly. We do get some fun visits from our furry friends, which we do appreciate.
Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Mayor Hamlin. Through you, great update. I have a question, and hopefully I can ask it so it can be. I'm looking for education on how does the after-hour service work now. So I've had members call up, and let's just say it's an example of a pothole or whatnot, and they may looking for a quicker response time than the 2-3 days to come back. If they call the after hours, they're getting somebody basically out there immediately, depending on the department, water, public works. So I just worry that if that gets to a point where there is a lag time, and they get to know that there's they can get somebody within an hour or 2 hour protocol, that it's costing the town triple the time, but at the same time they are getting it back. So how does the after hours, has it changed, or how does it work, maybe for the public's knowledge?
Yeah, thanks for that question. And I might refer to, I don't know, did Sonia just put her hand up? Sorry, I thought I saw his hand. I might actually refer back to the departments on that one, just because the Service Collingwood team doesn't specifically look at the after hours phone in service. We don't oversee that currently. So right now on our portal, for example, we have some information articles like on potholes, for example, but we do have a call out. Another good example would be like traffic signals. If there's an emergency request that needs to be reported in the moment, we absolutely would rather somebody phone that in to get somebody obviously on site right away. Really, those requests should be more of an emergency type in nature. So obviously we do want to show up, as soon as possible. Otherwise, other requests ideally would go through kind of our regular channels. So via the portal, maybe it's by email or even leaving a voicemail with our Service Collingwood team for follow-up for the next day. But Director Slama, I don't know if you could talk a little bit more to the after hours piece, perhaps?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry.
Thank you. No, it's fine. Through the mayor to Councillor Potts. So as Councillor Potts identified, we do have an after-hour service that residents can call. It's call in where they can get some immediate response with respect to roads and water and wastewater emergencies and fire emergencies. I guess fire would be 911. So I think, Councillor Potts, what I heard in your question was the use of the after hours versus the more conventional sales force, because you're getting a quicker response. Is that what you were communicating? Like concern that people might use the after hours as the tool instead of going through the customer service portal to get a quicker response?
Through you, Mayor Hamlin. Yeah, so it was more or less, I'm looking for education just now that customer service has transitioned. Now there is a customer service option versus for many years was, you phoned the departments. So I look at many members that have reached out to me, it's not so much frustration, it's new and it's new to them. So they look at, potentially why wait the 2 or 3 days or 5 days or however many days to have it done when it's simply after 4 o'clock to be called to an after hours. And I look at it from the corporation and business perspective as it can get more costly having after hour call outs if there's something that maybe the employees, the staff have that they can, kind of figure from their end when they get the call. It's just more or less looking for education on so I can assist with members contacting me. That's all.
Okay, thank you for that. So certainly during the daytime hours, if a concern has come in, through the customer service portal. Beyond the customer service team, we do have administration in those key core infrastructure departments that can assist to have certain things looked at quickly. And the after hours call-in is through the number of 445-1030. And then there's connections that if a resident needs to report an after hours emergency, I'll call it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Mayor Hanlon, through you to Manager Masiak. I'm going to be Councillor Perry, effusive in my praise for customer service because my own direct experience of a constituent who was phoning complaining about a specific issue. I said, this sounds quite complicated. Can I recommend you go in and see customer service? And they said, well, I'm really not good with the phone. And I said, no, not the phone. Go in person. The first time she'd ever done this and called me back and thought they were so nice, solved my problem, et cetera, et cetera. Further to that, there was an individual whose family is considering moving here, and I actually suggested, why don't you check out our customer service department just to get a feeling for the vibe of what Collingwood really is. And in a marketing 101 point, I think it's an important sales advantage that this community has. And I dare say if we ever did a secret shopper comparison between ourselves and other communities, you guys are head and shoulders above it. So you may not say yes all the time that they want to hear, but you say no very nicely.
Thank you.
Wow, thank you for sharing those stories. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hamlin, and I too appreciate such a positive effort and such a great outcome for the efforts. My questions are more along the lines, it was very uncomfortable at first when residents called us and asked us questions. It felt like you were just passing it off to customer service and we weren't doing our job. So I think it took me a bit of a transition there to get comfortable with that. So now when people send me some requests, I say, so, I think you can get your answer more quickly. Do you mind if I need your permission to forward this to customer service? So I'm assuming that's still appropriate to do that. But also then they follow up when they haven't heard in a timeline that they believe they should have heard from. So I guess my question comes down to this. What is an appropriate time for me to tell them they should follow up, and do they use their reference number, and how do they do that? Because I did see someone this morning said, oh, so I saw you got a case number. Have you heard back? No, not a thing. I said, oh, well, I'll see if it's appropriate for me to follow up on how we follow up. Because you don't want to plug the system following up on things when we know you're working on it all. But I want to know the appropriate response to them.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Great question. And that's where our customer service standards outlines those timelines for that initial contact. I think that the part we're still working on is kind of what are those appropriate timelines for a full resolution. And so that's where I shared some of those average time to resolve. We don't have metrics currently, or should I say targets currently assigned for those, as this is our first kind of pass at the data. I would say generally speaking, if 2 to 3 days has passed, it's okay to follow up. That being said, it really depends on the type of inquiry that's coming in. If it is a seasonal inquiry, like I'll just use the sod damage one because it's on the top of my mind. Like, if that case comes in January, we probably won't have another touch point with that customer until they see, the crews patching the lawn. So it really does. I wish I had a better answer for you there, but it really does depend on the type of question coming in. If it's something that our Service Collingwood team can answer directly, obviously we'll do that as quickly as we can. Sometimes we do have to tag in the other expert divisions for support. And at that point, we try to advise, we try to provide an update. We might not have the answers at that point, but an update to let folks know that we've got it, we've got your case number signed, and we're directing it to the right team to help respond. So I hope that helps a little bit.
Yeah, they did forward to me through the mayor. They did forward to me the division that it was forwarded to with their number. So I knew they'd been taken care of that way. So
I see.
So I'm just going to tell them if they're thinking about it and it's been more than a couple of weeks, then check in with
that's fair,
with someone for an update. So okay, all right, and then so in terms of the communication between the divisions and the customer service, that must be pretty intense in terms of trying to keep, because I would assume our divisions need to be up to date on things you're answering, even if it doesn't involve that division having to answer it because you're getting the training to answer it. How does that communication work?
Good question. So for most of the ones that I'll say are handled within the Service Collingwood team, typically those are more, I'll say, general questions. A lot of the information might, be available on the website already. It just might have not been in the spot people were looking for or whatnot. So typically we wouldn't kind of chat back with the other departments or divisions to say, hey, we got, this question from, Mr. Smith or whatever it might be. We would really pretty much handle those in-house. We'd have that documented within the case, within the software if we need to refer back to it. But there wouldn't necessarily be that back and forth with the divisions. The ones that we do need that expert advice on and need that extra set of eyes on, those would be the ones that we would typically send over for support.
Okay, and then as a follow-up to that one, so I think even your report that you gave us today in terms of the metrics should be very interesting to a department head and or a division head
sure.
in terms of what the questions are and maybe helping them out in their planning as well, correct?
Yes, and maybe I misunderstood your question. I meant more in the granular level. We wouldn't be going back for each customer, but absolutely sharing the volumes and trending. Yes.
Okay, that's great. So thank you. And so this one might be more for the CAO, because I was really sad to hear you say how hard you were working with 3, because I remember a hire of 8 customer service persons. So maybe they're spread out somewhere else in some other allocation. And I believe it might have been during COVID or just post-COVID where we had a pretty heavy customer service demand. So I'm just wondering how that got spread. Thank you.
Anyone, you want to have a go at that?
Actually, I would. One quick comment, which is we haven't done any changes except a reporting relationship change to customer service, but I know that Manager Masiak has all the details, so I'll turn it over to her to provide the specifics.
Thank you.
Thanks. And yes, Sioskin, you have it exactly right. So there was just a reporting relationship change from our previous recreation services staff that were based at our pool location at the Aquatic Center. So they've now been, well, I guess it's been about 1.5 years or so, been reporting to me. So it's just really looking at, again, that centralization of customer service efforts. So it wasn't any net new staff. It was just the reallocation. So we have 1 full-time member at the pool, and the remaining members are part-time and casual members to fill in kind of evenings and weekends. So we have 2 full-time folks downstairs in town hall, 1 seasonal summer staff member, and a part-time member that we've kind of reallocated from our pool. So it's the same kind of head count, just kind of reshuffling based on the volumes.
That's great. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Fryer?
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And I recall back to last year at the farmers market, and I had the same angst as Councillor Jeffrey. You were there and apparently to answer questions. And of course, a lot of the questions were hard to answer. And I referred to customer service numerous times last year. And one of the reasons I gave that response and I explained was that that initiative was going to be able to put metrics together on things just like you showed us, tracking of average days for closing inquiries by department. And then there's the rest of the annual reporting that you've provided, and it's very much appreciated. It's great data for us to have and assess how the program's going. And I'm sure the public feel the same way, that those are very helpful statistics. No surprise that currently waterfront parking clearly is the highest, with taxes about 80% of that. I'm hopeful that waterfront parking will subside some as your department is able to provide the further information that residents and visitors are seeking. And in that regard, it is such a hot topic. I want to pass on compliments to all because I realize it may not be customer service directly, but the initiative of the mobile billboards informing the public about the free parking passes. I think that was a great initiative. I'll just maybe ask what the intention is as far as how long those would be up for.
Thank you. And looking at our director, was it a partnership with our communications team? So I know they're probably going to come down shortly. The intent was more at the beginning of the season to remind people to get their permits. So I don't have an exact date for you, but we can follow up if needed. But yeah, we recognize that with the local newspaper being decommissioned, we're trying to get creative and look at different ways to remind people that obviously our residents that would have relied on other kind of more like paper resources or whatnot to get their permits, and having that visual reminder right where they would be going definitely has been working well. We're going to do some tweaks next year. We learn a lot. You know, we didn't mention you can register on Hotspot too, as opposed to just calling it in. So that's a lesson for us. But definitely it has helped. And many people I've talked to said, I saw the sign and I'm calling in to register. So signs work. Yeah.
Well, the other important thing was reminding certain councillors that time.
There you go.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, well, thank you again. I think that's all the questions. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have 2 items on our consent agenda. The recommendation is that council hear and receive the general consent agenda, and further that the information and opinions provided in the general consent agenda items are those of the author and are not verified or approved as being correct. The first one is a proclamation for National Deafblind Awareness Month. And the second is Enbridge's update regarding Enbridge gas rate rebasing application and the government's introduction of the Keeping Energy Costs Down Act. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Perry, seconded by Councillor Doherty. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. Would anyone like to address either of these? Okay, the next item on the agenda is the county report. Deputy Mayor Fryer, have you anything this month?
Yes, Mayor Hamlin, I just have a couple items. I reported at last meeting that after lengthy discussion on May the 16th, resolutions were passed at Committee of the Whole to proceed with further steps towards final determination if Simcoe County would require green card participation from all of its residents. Although there was still a requirement for acceptable exemption framework to be established before proceeding with the new program, there was concern amongst some county councillors. Therefore, the matter was further discussed and the original motion to continue to plan was defeated. Staff have been asked to come back at a later date with further input based on the concerns raised not only by council but members of the public once they became aware of the possible changes. So I wanted to keep council up to date because that was a change of decision by county from my last report. The other item was about General Manager Fayez Bagat is scheduled to attend our next meeting, provide updates on the orientation, planning, and implementation of the assistance team for the Collingwood Downtown Core, as well updates on the modular location process in association with New Path at Raglan and High Streets, and the consideration for the Johnson property on Beach Street for renewal in 24-25. Simcoe County Housing Corporation approved the plan at their meeting on May 22nd, but discussions are still taking place with Collingwood staff to determine if all of council's criteria can be met. And then finally, I just wanted to note that I circulated to council members the notice from Simcoe County regarding June being clothing and electronics pickup month. Pink bags have not been sent out this year for environmental reasons, and residents are encouraged to place items in clear bags instead. But information about what can be turned in is available on the website and the dates and such as well. And that's on www.simcoecounty.ca.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Baines has a question.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Hamlin, to the Deputy Mayor. Just a request to Simcoe County that a little more notice in regard to the clothing drive and the electronics drive, because I would have appreciated personally, because I think we just found out about this on Friday last, which is a bit of a rush to try and get everything ready for this Wednesday. If somehow through there they could do it, say, a week or 2 weeks beforehand, particularly for the first one, the clothing, I think it would have been much more helpful, but just a suggestion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We'll definitely look at that. Yeah.
Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you to the Deputy Mayor. So I just wanted to clarify the clothing pickup. So is the county picking up clothing for, like, basically for disposal as rags, or are they sending the clothing for use, say, in other parts of our province or our country, or even in other countries?
Just reading through the notice right now, because I did recall, and I was pretty sure of this, they're asking if the items are clean and dry and odor free. I do believe there's an element of recycling that occurs with it. I would expect that they're also determining whether something is can be reused or recycled. And so it says for sorting and grading in the notice, and that they may be reused in Canada, and then that some of them may be reused for rags or acoustic fill, or even sent overseas, as it says. So it says 98% of material collected can be reused or recycled generally.
Yes, that's great news. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Next item on the agenda is a motion that I'm bringing. So I'll turn the running of the meeting over to the Deputy Mayor at this point.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin, and I will turn it back to you so you can read your motion in.
Thank you. The recommendation is, whereas there will be a significant loss of trees in the public right-of-way during reconstruction of 6th Street, and whereas there will be insufficient room in this public right-of-way as reconstructed to replace all the trees lost, therefore be it resolved that Council directs staff to develop a program which will include the following. Firstly, all the trees lost are to be replaced by planting of new trees on 6th Street at the rate of at least double the trees lost. 2, to achieve the goal of planting double the trees lost, that homeowners on 6th Street be permitted to request a tree be planted on their private front yard at no cost to them. Homeowners to be provided instructions on watering and care to ensure survival of any such trees. 3, that the priority area for the planting of new trees be within the project boundaries. 4, that if additional areas are needed to accommodate all the new trees, that the program identify additional streets in the vicinity where trees will be planted. And lastly, that recommendations on the tree caliper be returned to Council for decision.
And do we have a seconder, Councillor Jeffrey? And Councillor Jeffrey, would you like to speak first or last?
Last, thank you.
Okay, and Councillor Jeffrey, you go ahead.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. So I'd like to thank the Mayor for adding all of the contents of my notice of motion to her notice regarding a private planting, if possible, along there for the 2-to-1. So I appreciate that she got all aspects. So we'll be able to remove 13.2. And some of the information that I have been provided, I mean, it's just so important, and I'm still gutted that we're actually going to have to take these trees, because if you look at the inventory, it's like, I mean, there's 3 dying ash trees, so no loss there, but 14 silver maples between 60 and 100 years old, a honey locust at 33 years old, a maple at 6 years, a basswood at 6 years, 7 Norway maples 40 to 60 years old, and I don't really care how generational we think this plan is. I'm pretty sure if somebody went into a town like Thornbury and said, we're going to take 36 trees down on Bruce Street and it's generational change, everybody would have heart failure, which is what I had. So I think the caliper portion of this motion is so important because it's a huge replacement, and we just couldn't possibly, even 2-to-1 may not be enough. I know there's other calculations that Councillor Doherty will speak to in terms of carbon emissions, but it's not just that. It's just so much a part of our community in terms of the climate change. I think we've got to start thinking about our plans at the same time. This kind of became cycles versus pedestrians versus trees, but it's also trying to include all of the climate change. We've declared a climate emergency, yet we're going to remove 36 trees are a huge part of that, being able to fight that. So I'll support this. I really was teetering on a notice of motion tonight to send it back to design, but I'm going to wait to hear what Councillor Doherty's questions may be coming up in terms of that. But anyway, so just to say, you can remove 13.2 as the Mayor already included all my points in hers. Thank you.
Thank you, and I will turn to Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So I have a question for Director Slama, and I have a proposed amendment to the Mayor's motion. So Director Slama, you and council and many members of the public are aware of an alternate design that was submitted by a very knowledgeable member of our community. I know I have had questions as to why that particular design would not work. It was a very similar design, but it did offer the ability to save the trees. So I've had many questions on this, and I just wanted to inquire as to why that particular design could not be implemented.
Thank you, Director Slama. Oh, sorry.
That's all right. I was going to first turn to CEO Skinner, and would you like to just go directly to Director Slama?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Fryer. Through you to Councillor Doherty. So yes, in last fall, Council did hear from a deputation from resident Justin Jones, and his deputation was advocating for the cross-section that staff have been working on since that time, which is the one-way cycle tracks, the off-road, as opposed to the multi-use trail, which staff had proposed on the south side of 6th Street. So, Justin Jones' concept looked at placement of the one-way cycle tracks within the cross-section, and he did accurately reflect the width of the cross-section and the other features that the town was interested in preserving or maintaining, such as the sidewalk on the north side. What I would say is different from the work that staff and the design team have been doing to this point is that we have, actually gone to the street and surveyed the street and surveyed, all of the components of the individual lots along 6th Street. So we've looked at, true driveway placement, the true location of the trees, and looked at the caliber of the trees and different things like that. Whereas when Mr. Jones was making his presentation, he was still kind of just presenting a conceptual drawing that didn't have, accurate information. A couple of things also in his conceptual design. He had different buffers of different width between the one-way cycle tracks and the road, whereas staff have provided buffers that accommodate snow storage and also the garbage bins, so that snow and garbage isn't on the one-way cycle tracks on either side, and lowering the level of service of that facility. Through our 30% design, we are, looking at as accurate as possible information related to the above ground and the underground utilities, and also considering where we're going to be placing the individual services for the homes, which is, the location. Generally, we're matching the location that they are today. So in short, having completed the survey work and looking at the actual data on the street, that's what's providing us with this, greater insight of some of the compromises or some of the effects of, one design concept over another one. And so those would be my comments related to the difference between the two conceptual images that were shared with council in the fall.
Thank you. Follow up?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. So I appreciate that explanation, Director Slama, and I am not an engineer by any stretch of the imagination, and I do see that there has been thorough consideration for the final design and all of the elements that need to be incorporated. I absolutely do not trivialize in any way the loss of 36 trees. It is significant. It will change certainly the look and feel of 6th Street. However, there is an opportunity to replace these trees. And there is an opportunity to replace these trees in some manner that uses science-based data so that the replacement is equivalent. And there's a couple of different measures that can be used, that are being used in other municipalities in Canada and the US. One of them is caliper. And actually in the city of Ottawa, they use calipers so that depending upon the caliper of the tree that is removed, it will have to be replaced by 1, 2, or even 3 trees. The amount of carbon that a tree absorbs and holds can be scientifically measured. So the amount of carbon that, or carbon retention capacity that these 36 trees has can be replaced with equivalent number of younger, smaller trees. So with the upside that these trees will grow and they will continue to absorb more carbon. The additional benefit of using science-based strategy is it is going to allow us to use trees as part of our, and quantify the value of trees as part of our climate change strategy that is under development right now. And also as we grow and enhance our asset management plan, trees do become part of a community's assets, but they need to be, scientifically or evaluated in some, data measurable means. And finally, as we implement our stormwater management plan, trees do have measurable capacity to absorb stormwater so that they also can be worked into the final stormwater management plan, along with all the other aspects of stormwater management that we need to build in. So there's multiple benefits for this kind of an approach. And so what I'd like to recommend to the mayor is for her amendment item number 1, if we could use the following wording, and that is that all the trees lost are to be replaced by the planting of new trees at the rate of at least double the trees lost, or other rate of replacement calculated using a science-based formula such that the net environmental benefit of the removed trees is not lost. And I would propose actually to the mayor, this might be a friendly amendment, but I turn it over to you.
Sorry, the clerk has just mentioned to me that this should be an amendment to the motion, but I could second it, if that's okay.
What I was going to ask Mayor Hamlin before you second and put on table, perhaps we could allow the other councillors to speak, and then Mayor Hamlin's prepared to second your motion or for amendment, and we could consider that after everybody's had a chance to speak first to the first motion. So I believe Councillor Baines was up first and then Councillor Potts.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'd like to thank Councillor Jeffrey for educating all of us on a concern I had, which was the health of the existing 36 trees. The fact that only, I shouldn't say only, it's tragic, that 3 of them are diseased makes it all the more problematic and emotional for those that are left. And I would say that as a general comment that the trees are owned by everybody on 6th Street, north and south. And it would seem to me that perhaps we should be considering, and I don't want to suggest this as an amendment at this point, that those on the south side might also want to selectively take advantage of this program as well, with knowing that in 25 or 30 years, that whole section of 6th Street, I mean, that's the vision that you can sell, I would think, would be a wonderful canopy that everyone would enjoy in the whole community. It's difficult for me to now imagine just how many houses on the south side of 6th Street could take advantage of this, but I know 3 or 4 that could. But I look to the mayor to say, would you look at this as a friendly amendment?
Okay, so we'll move on to Councillor Potts at this point in time.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Fryer. I have a question and then just a comment. So, and this question may fall into something that we can add, but if we plant a trees planted on private property, and 5 years from now, a new homeowner comes along and decides that they need to do something, and is there going to be something in there that they can't remove them or cut them down? Because I would hate to plant 30 trees on private property and have 25 removed for future construction use. So that's one question I have. And just my second, as a comment, being someone who physically plowed 6th Street for 10 years, I'm really concerned with snow storage. And just with given the frequency of being a collector road, or not a collector road, of the level of road, that I mean, there'd be some days I plow it 20 times in 8 hours. So I look at just how the snow storage and how the clearing with all these bike paths and sidewalks and stuff go, that it is a concern of mine as well. So that's all I have.
Okay, with those 2 questions, I am actually going to turn back to Director Salama and get her input in regards to obviously the technical aspects of the trees being there, and then if you can give us an idea of how it could work in regards to protecting the trees going forward.
To you, Deputy Mayor Fryer. So the trees can be accommodated, or I'll say that the project team can certainly look at accommodating trees on the south side as well. And I feel that the wording of the motion, with it being stated, within the project limits, and I apologize if that isn't the exact wording. I don't have it in front of me, but I think that speaks to, being open to looking for opportunities to locate these replacement trees, an additional number of replacement trees anywhere within the project boundaries. And so what the project team would do if this motion is passed is, looking at seeking, guidance of a professional to look at the design, the overall design, and making a recommendation of, where some placements can be accommodated and trees can be accommodated, and again, speak to the caliber as well. So I think it will be part of the design is when we're going to have to look to see how many trees can be accommodated and where, and what that would mean.
And maybe I will turn to CAO Skinner in regards to the thought of if we initiate something on private property, how can we work with the property owners to have that something that's protected?
Yeah, thank you to the chair. I do think that we would be looking for willing hosts for the trees, that we could hold them to a reasonable level of service, say, 5 years or so. The reality is that some of the trees may eventually come down, but in general, I hope none of them do. But you never know when, someone may need a new service or something that just makes it that has to happen. In general, we're looking for people who will make a reasonable commitment to keep the trees and are willing hosts for the trees. And we would have that conversations with the people on the north and the south side who are offered trees. And I would also mention, with respect to the level of service that Councillor Potts mentioned, with respect to winter plowing of the traveled roadway, there's a reasonable amount of space quite a bit on the north side, and there's a meter on the south side that's been set aside, and that's really the max that we felt that we could get in that spot. It does mean that we're going to have to take a look with council at winter level of service for active transportation routes moving forward. That potentially, especially on that south side, we may need additional resources if we wish to elevate to 365 days a year, high level of service for the use of that active transportation route. But we do feel that for most snowstorms, not the real heavy ones, that we'll be able to accommodate that with our single lane of plowing on the south side. Thank you.
Councillor Potts, any follow-up?
Yes, through you, Deputy Mayor Fryer. So back first for the trees. I mean, I would hate to put in an investment in and do a 5-year timeline and take that chance that something's going to come down. I think there's got to be something, however we do it, where if it needs to be removed for a service or something. It's just I don't know. I have nightmares to think that somebody sells or moves in 5 years and the next owner comes in and takes everything down because maybe they weren't part of the agreement. So if there's something we can tailor in there to ensure that it's covered. I just don't support a big investment on trees and watch them go away potentially.
Okay, and I think that's duly noted now with staff in that regard. I'm going to allow Councillor Perry first, and then I'll come back to Councillor Doherty and then to Councillor Jeffrey.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. This is such a big project, and I do struggle with the tree removal. It's very, very hard. But I do like a lot of the proposals we've heard. And the thing is, I'm looking at it not 2 years when it's done or whatever the timeline is. Okay, it's going to look a lot different without the trees there. 20 years from now, I'd venture people are going to come to town and go down that street once the replacement trees are mature and go, holy cow, we got this right. I really believe that. The other thing I think we should look at, I don't know if I know a few people have been to RBH Hospital, but they took a lot of trees down there when they were doing the hospital expansion. And a lot of those trees were used for art pieces in the hospital. And I really think that's something we could look at, perhaps as we move forward to a MRF or an arts and culture center, things like that. Donate the large caliper trees that are there. People can do things with them. We got a lot of local artists who can make things with these trees, local craftspeople, woodworkers. I think there's a lot of opportunity there to do something and give something back to the town with those trees and acknowledge where they came from when they're on display. It's just something I think we should take a serious look at. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And first, I will congratulate Councillor Perry for always thinking outside of the box, and that's a great idea, actually. I wanted to respond to Councillor Potts' concerns with regard to future loss of trees, removal, I should say, not loss of, removal of trees on private property that the town installs as replacement for the original 36. And I will remind council and staff again that our urban canopy study, one of the key recommendations is the creation of a private tree bylaw to prevent the frivolous removal of trees from private property. And it was my understanding actually that this, and I think it still is, on our work plan. So I'm just wondering if I can ask through you to the CAO what the status of that proposed bylaw is. Thank you.
Certainly, and I'll just note, because I'm familiar with this, there is the policy about tree removal already in place. And I do believe that there's a component of need assessment in deciding on that. But I will turn to CAO Skinner, if I may, and if you can give a response to Councillor Doherty's question.
Certainly, through you to Councillor Doherty. We had hired a consultant to do some work on the tree bylaw update, as well as a site changes bylaw. However, the work is on hold. We did find that with other projects underway, we weren't able to keep them all moving forward, but I have some good news. That's the bad news, or at least the temperate news. We have been able to close our applications for our forester position, and so our urban forest coordinator position. And I know there were a number of applications, and really that is the resource we've been waiting for to get this moving forward again. So with luck and our fingers crossed, we'll have the resource to finish that first step in, or the next step in implementing the urban forest master plan.
Follow-up?
Thank you. And that is very good news through you to the CAO. And I would only say that this is a bylaw that would definitely need to be in place if we are to implement this resolution as stated. But it sounds as though it will be based on our timings and work plans. So thank you for that update.
I'm going to turn to Councillor Jeffrey, and then I'm going to turn to Mayor Hamlin, because it's been her original motion and she hasn't had a chance to speak, and ask if you want to speak. Technically, I would speak before you, but anyway, well, I am coming to you next.
Just wondering if the amendment should be done before I speak.
I'm going to allow Councillor Jeffrey to speak, and then if that's what you want to do, go to the amendment, then that's what we will do.
Thank you very much. So I also, ditto, I love Councillor Perry's idea. And I guess I thought some of the things that were going to come out of the mayor's notice of motion in terms of a process for that private planting were some of the questions that Councillor Potts asked. I thought that was what was going to come out of her notice of motion request. So I guess my questions on that would be, can we, when we're negotiating with people for the private location, we pay for it, but they commit to notifying us or having to commit to replacing it either there or somewhere else at the caliper they're taking down, at the caliper or scientific calculation. If we can do that within that private planting, I think we answer Councillor Potts' questions and what I thought was going to be solved through the original notice of motion. Thank you.
So we have the original amendment put on table by Councillor Doherty and Mayor Hamlin. I think we've had a lot of discussion. Do we need the amendment to be read again? Does anybody need that? Everybody's comfortable? So I think what we'll do is call vote to that, and then we'll entertain the amendment motion if it's successful. So regarding the amendment, all those in favor? And that's unanimous. And so we have the amended motion, and I'm going to turn to Mayor Hamlin first to have any comments that you might have.
Yeah, thank you. There's not a lot to add. I thank all of the council for their wise comments about this. It's not an easy decision, but I do believe at the end of the day, we're going to have an awesome standard in place for separated bike lanes. We'll end up, I'm certain, with more trees, healthier trees, and if we get a private tree bylaw in place, that will be a huge bonus for our communities. So anyway, that's all I'll say. Thank you.
Okay, and I'll just add, actually, I don't want to be silent because it is such an important thing, but everything's been said. I'm very supportive of all the great inputs that's come forward. I do believe it has the potential through all the efforts of staff and council to achieve what Councillor Perry's forecasting will happen down the road, as that it'll be something that the beholder will thoroughly enjoy. So I'm ready to call this amended motion unless Councillor Jeffrey, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So I was just wondering about another amendment to request staff to come back to what we can negotiate within that private planting negotiation and an agreement for a private planting of some of the replacement trees. I think that'll be important. It could come back at the same time as the recommendations of the tree caliper for our decision, but I would just like to have a clear understanding of what we can and cannot ask within that private tree planting.
So unless the clerk has an issue, that would need to be an amendment, wouldn't it? Because it would be providing some direction.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Fryer. I believe so, and we don't believe that's captured in the motion right now. Is that correct?
Through the chair, I don't think it's captured in the motion. I don't have any concerns with coming back with that, and pending in direction today, we could certainly bring that back. I think there were some good ideas put forward that we certainly could ponder and reply upon.
Councillor Potts, you'd second that? Okay, and does that cover everything that you were hoping to, just getting a report back and we can talk more about that?
Yep, yeah, that's fine. Thanks.
Okay. So we have that amendment on the table right now. Is anybody wishing to speak to the amendment? Okay, so I'll call that to vote. All those in favor? That too is unanimous. So we have the amendment or amended motion now to consider. And I think we've been thoroughly expressed ourselves, so I'm not seeing anybody else looking to speak. So I'll call the amended motion to vote. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously as well. So then I will turn back to Mayor Hamlin.
Thank you. So the next item on the agenda is our potential delegation requests for AMO. And as we know, we're able as a municipality to request that various ministers meet with us to discuss various topics. So there's a deadline to do that, which is July the 7th. Staff has suggested we put 3 topics in, which makes sense to me. We wouldn't get more than 3 acceptances typically. So I'm going to read the motion in and we'll just take it from there. So the recommendation is that council instructs staff to submit the following ministry delegation requests for the annual Association of Municipalities of Ontario Conference in August 2024. Council to choose from the following options, up to 3. So there are 5 here. Number 1, post-secondary education enhancements in Collingwood to support employers' needs. 2, incorporation of greener development requirements in the Ontario Building Code. 3, support for Collingwood's Terminals Point Green Terminals redevelopment. This would be for provincial cutting of red tape and funding incentives. 4, firefighting, collective bargaining arbitration approach and presumptive legislation obligations for municipalities. And 5, provincial leadership for urban wildlife management and control. And further, the council support Collingwood's joint participation in the following delegation opportunities, if approved. A, Municipal Affairs and Housing to officially introduce our mayors and CAOs forum group and our intentions, with MPP Saunderson invited to also be present. B, transportation for a regional transportation and bypass study. And C, Health to request supports for local physician recruitment. So perhaps we'll get this on the table. Mover, Deputy Mayor Fryer, and the seconders, Councillor Baines. Would staff like to comment on what some of these mean? Or what was your thought on this? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I think the titles are relatively self-explanatory, most of which we've harvested from some of our discussions at the council table. And we'd be happy to provide more information of it if any of them seem a bit opaque, but I think they're generally easy to understand. Potentially the firefighting one is one we haven't talked as much about. We have heard through a number of municipalities, and there was an AMO session not too long ago about the firefighting arbitration approach. We certainly are very happy with any of our unions having the access to arbitration, and us, of course, as well, having that same access to arbitration. But it has seemed that perhaps most of the arbitration, as we've witnessed it, knowing we haven't made a full study, seems to continue to go mostly in the one direction, so that we're having a movement of generally the some of the firefighters toward the upper end of our pay scales. And presumptive legislation obligations for municipalities. Our issues are not with what the presumptive legislation allows, which is that people who have certain diseases that may have been based on their firefighting careers, or may not have been for that matter, receive appropriate compensation and health care, but that the obligations maybe should not only be on municipalities, but also on the healthcare systems, or that we would receive some supports for those financial obligations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So perhaps, yes, I was going to suggest that perhaps what we could do is ask any councillors if they'd like to speak to any of these, and then I'll ask for a vote for people to select their top 3 out of the list of 5, and then we can have a separate discussion on the joint participation. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And I just add a couple of comments in that regard then. I do believe that the top 3 are what I would consider to be the high priority ones. I could interchange number 1 and number 3 because I feel they're both of high priority to Collingwood Council. And and then number 2 being number 3. But I know that that's the other thing we should consider, and I guess it will come down by vote. We want to prioritize them when we hand them in, because we know that we may only get 1 or 2, and that. So those are my comments on it, and I'll wait for the vote.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I would agree with the Deputy Mayor as to the top 3 are the priorities, and my order would be 3, 1, 2, 2, and 1, 3. My other question through to you and the CAO, in terms of when we're advocating jointly, it gets complicated if another municipality unawares brings something up with us sitting at the table, and it has happened previously because I did hear about it. How do we handle that? Because it's one thing to go on a very specific, if these are very specific messaging that has been created and our council has already approved that messaging for you, I'm very comfortable with it. But it's how do you deal with when another municipality brings something up that we have not discussed, and you're still sitting there representing Collingwood jointly as on that point?
That hasn't happened. Well, not while I've been there anyway. Yeah. You know, we usually, through our CAO Mayors Forum, discuss if we're having a joint presentation, what would be included. And then there's always one municipality that's the lead. for filing it, and they prepare the, I'll say, speaking notes that we have an opportunity to see beforehand. There's only 15 minutes allowed, so there's not, well, in my experience anyway, there hasn't been time for other items to be raised. But I'm going to ask our CAO also to address this in terms of whether these items, do you foresee these being put to the CAO Mayor's Forum, or have these been discussed?
Thank you, through the chair. So first off, the deadline is June 7th, so there's not a lot of time left, but the CAOs have been in an email group just to make sure that we were sharing what was going to our councils, and sharing what has come back. So I don't anticipate a live full group discussion. And I would echo what the mayor had said through her to Councillor Jeffrey. Typically what will happen is that we will have a joint meeting or two to really discuss through the application before it's submitted, to be clear exactly what we're asking for as a group. And then any handouts are completed by the lead municipality and reviewed by all before we submit. And then there will be, someone chosen to speak. So typically we have been, the ones I've attended, which have only been 2 years, have been well aligned. I see the risk, although I think we're on the same page with A, B, and C as presented to you here. Should you endorse those and they go forward potentially under the leadership of us or another municipality?
All that, Miriam?
Yes, go ahead.
So I'm confident because I did read the notes from one of the ones that you did attend, and there was some conversation about just really a little bit off the chart of funding calculations not contemplated by either of our negotiating federal and provincial associations. And I did call the CAO with my concerns because what the work that Councillor Doherty and I do is very important, and so to have us go off the rails sometimes with a minister provincially or federally can be concerning. So there was that one small incident. But my question is to caution and to know I have my full trust of you speaking into the things that we have absolutely talked about. But what happens, the risk if someone brings something up, claims their minute of the 15 to bring up something we haven't discussed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Baines.
Mayor Hamlin, I agree with my colleagues in regard to number 3 being the #1 priority. I would assume we'd be the only people in the room because I can't believe other municipalities would want to help pitch the terminal's point. And for my own purposes, number 1 and then number 2 respectively after that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you very much. So I am going to vary somewhat from my colleagues because I can tell you in my discussions, at least with other small urbans, because OSAM will be doing delegations as well, that post-secondary education, now, it's not specific enhancements to support employers' needs, but it is generally to have education align with the needed trades and services right now. So as we discussed today, more emphasis on the trades. That's a common request, and it is a matter that AMO is working with generally on a regular basis with the province. The other is firefighting. AMO is working very hard with the province on collective bargaining and fire and actually other emergency services directly with the province. So I'm not sure whether anything that we say is going to enhance what AMO is already doing or whether it's going to detract and give the ministers the idea that we're not all together on all of these. With regard to health, to request further supports for local physician recruitment, OSUM right now are considering, OSUM has not completely finalized their delegation content, but there will be some variation of the health to request further supports for physician recruitment, outside of major urban centers where we know there's a problem. So all to say that I would agree with my colleagues that number 3, very specific to Collingwood, and our most important project, it should be our number 1 priority. Number 2 for me is the urban wildlife management and control, because the issues that have emerged in the town of Collingwood, I haven't not heard a lot from other municipalities, but it is a matter that we are struggling with and our public will be struggling with. So I support that as a second topic. And the third would be the joint delegations. So I would not have a third among these 5 separate, but very supportive of the joint delegations.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else like to speak to these? Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Just one very brief clarification. It had stood out to me in our list of priorities that we didn't have the hospital down. But when I read the combined joint list, and it talked about health to request further supports for local physician recruitment, I considered that it would be covered in there. And when that joint presentation is made, certainly one of the supports for physician recruitment is to have the new hospital rather than the current situation. So I just wanted to clarify that the hospital in absence in the 5 listed is still being thought of going forward.
Okay, thank you. So for me, I would say my number 1 is also support for our Terminals Point project. This is such a big project for us, and to get provincial assistance in assisting our proponents and ourselves getting through all the provincial approvals would be really helpful, and having some funding incentives for us would also be very helpful. My number 2 is a post-secondary. I hear what Councillor Doherty is saying, but the difference to me is this is for post-secondary education enhancements in Collingwood. And this has been one of my important mandates I've taken onto myself, is to try and get some post-secondary opportunities here in Collingwood. Georgian College is there, but they have very limited programming right now, very limited. We have been working with them. I participated in a strategic plan exercise that they're going through. There's going to be meetings now with our employers and the consultant doing their strategic plan in June. But at the end of the day, we're going to need, I'm assuming, the province to say, yes, we'll support some programming in Collingwood for Georgian College. Our employers think it's important to have the programming here. They would like to be able to offer, for example, co-ops, so that the students would get experience with their business while still in school and perhaps work for them after they're finished school. I'm hearing from, we have, as you know, 5 major engineering firms here in town, which is quite unusual for a community our size, as well as McLean Engineering, which hires or has on its staff so many engineers. So we have a real need for engineering technicians, which can be trained by a college. And also, as part of this is why I am working as much as I can with Lakehead University to try and get them interested in offering some programming here that would benefit our residents who need post-secondary and also our employers. So anyway, just to speak to that. My third one is the incorporation of the greener development standards in the building code. I know our Collingwood Climate Action Team advanced this with us, asking us to move ahead on this initiative. And of course, we heard from staff that we had no power to incorporate these. They had to come in through a building code requirements. So I think this is a very worthwhile initiative to have those kind of requirements built into construction in Ontario and therefore Collingwood. And I would also just accept the 3 for the joint submission because they all make sense and are things that we need. So in order to vote on these, what do you suggest?
Thank you. We do have the mover and seconder of the deputy mayor and Councillor Baines. And I'm wondering if we approve the whole motion. Right now, we'll put item number 3 regarding the Collingwood grain terminals first, and we'll sever the remaining 4 items. Every individual would be allowed their 3 priorities they want to vote on, but at least we'd get it by the sounds of the conversation, the top item and the joint one discussed, and then we can vote on the other 4 optional ones separately.
Okay, so what you're suggesting is we take item number 3 with the green terminals, with a vote for it being number 1, and the 3 joint ones all together. Okay. Everyone understand that? Okay, all those in favor? Okay, so thank you. That was a good suggestion. So now we have 4 others, of which we can choose 2. So everyone has 2 more votes. Okay, so we'll do number 1, post-secondary education. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, incorporating greener development requirements. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Support for, we already did the terminals, firefighting. And urban wildlife management. We have 1. Okay, so number 2 would be the incorporation of the greener development requirements. And number 3 would be the post-secondary education enhancements in Collingwood. Okay, that was great. Thanks for your suggestion. And thanks for that discussion. So at this time, I'll be looking for a motion to move into committee of the whole. I know we have to consider whether we're going to have a break and whether we can tell. Yes, go ahead.
Oh, I did receive a brief update from the Depoche management company that I noticed it after we'd started the meeting. They have a couple of items that they thought that we could mention as part of today's update. I know I've already done that, but if you have 60 seconds, you would
Please
allow
go
me
ahead.
to provide that information. Okay, just a couple of items that the team has provided. That they're continuing to work with the hospital and the design team to finalize the gift agreement and the location of the hospital. That consulting works, including environmental and geotechnical, have begun on the site for the preparation of the block plan submission. That they are updating the vision based on the confirmation of hospital location, as well as the preliminary findings in the technical studies. And they're continuing to work with us to address the proposed modifications to the new town official plan, which is something I should have mentioned. That definitely is happening with us. And they'd mentioned that community and stakeholder outreach and engagement efforts are continuing from their perspective. Thank you for allowing me to add that while the meeting was in progress.
Okay. Thank you for our proponent for making that information available to us. Yes, you have a question? Go ahead.
I too will take the opportunity to give a quick update in regards to the Simcoe County info, because I did note when I was reading the notice that there's 2 pickup dates for clothing and 2 for electronics. So there is the Monday one that Councillor Baines referred to that just happened, and but there will be another one on the 10th because it goes from the 3rd to the 13th. So I just wanted to mention that because Councillor Baines had brought it up.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we have to maybe just have a brief discussion about whether we should proceed on and finish this meeting or have a break. So what we have, if we just look into the committee of the whole, there's 2 staff reports and some minutes of committees and boards. Pardon? Keep going. Okay, we have a vote to keep going. Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to suggest we take at least a 15-minute break.
15? Okay. We have 2 suggestions, a 15-minute break and keep going after a break. How's that? We could take would 10 do? Or 15 is better? Okay, at 10. We've sorted at 10, and then we'll come back. So before I get up, though, I'll look for a motion that council herein move into committee of the whole session. Deputy Mayor Fryer, seconded by Councillor Potts. All those in favor? And C in 15 and 10. C in 10. Okay.
Okay, I will call the meeting of the Committee of the Whole to order. The first item on the agenda is 14.2.1 staff report, T 2024-14 investment policy review. And I will turn it over to Treasurer Quinlan.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. We do have a short presentation coming up as well. Just bring it up on my screen too. There we go. Okay. As part of the regular reporting that's required for the investment policy, we are to review it once per council term. I believe this was requested as part of our year-end report as well. So it is an annual or let me rephrase that, a requirement once per term. So we are using this opportunity to bring everybody up to speed on the current policy and also maybe some items for input and update as we go through. Next slide, please. So I think one of the questions, maybe for the public more so it may be, is that in terms of background, why does a municipality invest? I think it's to generate revenue. Obviously, we want to use the funds that we have to help offset in our municipal levy and also help offset any other fund-related items such as reserves and reserve funds. We want to preserve our capital. So investments sort of do help preserve our purchasing power in some way, or we hope that it helps preserve the purchasing power. When we look at long-term plans, an asset management plan, or our strategic financial plan, we know that the costs of things build up over time. But of course, we're always looking at it at a point in time. So even in a development charge background study and things like that, CPI adds to the costs, but having some investments or investing the funds when we earn them helps to offset that. It's not always a perfect match. Over the last several years, we've seen quite a bit of fluctuation in especially the non-residential construction building index, noting that in 2022, it was over 11%. And in the last year, it was about 7%. So much more than what we've seen in the past, but certainly it does help to offset those pressures. And finally, the fact is we don't need all the funds right at that moment in the sense that some projects are planned over several years. I'll use the water treatment plant, for example. If you look at our development charge background study, the previous one, and then of course the current one, we started to collect for the water treatment plant back in I believe 2016. But we know that it won't be built until a future time frame. So right now we are collecting for the water treatment plant. We're putting the money away. We are starting construction this year, so it's quite soon. But of course, we won't need all of the funds that we collect right up front. So it's to plan for future obligations as well. Next slide, please. With respect to our current policy, there are some primary objectives. And I think overall, the policy does cover the most essential aspects with respect to prudence, ethics, delegation of authority, reporting requirements, what suitable investments are. But it does have some primary objectives, the adherence to statutory requirements. So we're going to get into the legislative requirements from the Municipal Act standpoint in the next couple of slides. It does talk about preserving capital. Exactly why, one of the reasons why we invest our funds, about maintaining liquidity so that we can meet our cash flow needs when required, about diversifying our investments by asset class and in terms with our legal constraints as well. And then maximizing yield, so earning the highest possible return without compromising the principal. Some key strengths of our policy also include really strong governance, very clear delegation of procedures and policies, or responsibilities, I should say, and of course, adherence to the prudence that is included in the Municipal Act, as well as stating what the ethical standards are in the reporting requirements. Next slide, please. So here's where we get into the legislative context for from the Municipal Act. There are two streams. There's the Section 418, and Section 418 is what we call an investment legal list. And essentially what the Act does in that section of the Act is it tells us exactly what types of investments the municipal treasurer can do. And that includes the rating of a security, what it has to be. Essentially what we can invest in is AA bonds, Canadian companies, or rephrase that, Canadian crown corporations. It's very limited. There's another section that's not new, but fairly new in the last 10 years or so, which is Section 418.1, which is a different stream. And we have not yet, or I shouldn't say yet, we're not involved in this stream at this point. And it's called the Prudent Investment Stream. And this requires a municipality to join a joint investment board. And there are some benefits to it. And we'll talk a little more about that. But one of the key benefits is that it's less restrictive than the legal list that Section 418 is. And there's many more investment types that a municipality can get into. But understanding that it's through a joint investment board. So there's a lot more buying power in the sense that there's multiple municipalities all together making these investments through a board itself. Next slide, please. Oh, and I see a little mistake there, but as we have presented the investment reports over the last couple of years, there's been some questions that we regularly receive and that we want to make sure that we answer. And I think one of the big things is, where does all the investment income go? When we do earn it, where does it end up? And there's two streams. One stream is the amounts that are earned for reserve funds goes directly to those reserve funds. Most of the funds, 80% or so of what we earn each or what we have in hand or has been invested are funds we've collected on behalf of reserve funds. And when I mean reserve funds, I mean obligatory and discretionary. But obligatory, if we talk about development charge reserves, that's a big chunk of what our investment portfolio contains. And other obligatory items such as funds we receive from the federal gas tax or the Canada Community Building Fund, or OSIF, which is our Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund. We do receive payments from those grants in advance of our projects actually proceeding in some cases. And of course, in some years, we build it up so we can apply it to a greater or a larger project. So about 80% of our funds, our interest or investment income does find its way there. The other 20% ends up in the general operating fund. And that's what goes to the tax base to offset the in-year municipal levy or the tax rate, essentially. So generally, that is the funds that are sitting in just our, what we would call general reserves. So our contingency funds, like working capital, no, not working capital. Let me rephrase that. We have a capital contingency. We also have an operating contingency to help prevent against, any kind of major disasters and where we might need those funds as well. So they earn interest, but they don't earn interest and grow in balance. They earn interest, which provides a benefit to the taxpayer in year. So each year as it earns interest. Another question that we receive a lot is, how do we allocate the investment earnings? And I've kind of gotten into that already a little bit, but when we receive the total investment income for the year, or interest income for the year, we do take a look at the average balances between reserves, reserve funds, and then just regular day-to-day cash flow. And we apportion or allocate that amount to each of those balances based on the value of that reserve fund or cash flow at that time. So if I gave you an example and we said, we earned $1 million in investment income this year. And in general, I said about 80% of that is due to the reserve funds. We would allocate $800,000 of that income to reserve funds, and the other $200,000 would come into the general operating fund. Just to give you some numbers to think through. The final question that I think we should address too is how we report on things that might not earn income in the year. So for example, we all know we have principal protected notes, and they may or may not earn income within the year. And even in some cases, if we did invest in bonds, similar type of situation. So reporting on those investments involves accrual accounting, which means if there is some market value increase, for example, in your bond portfolio or your PPNs, you would record that market value increase as income in that year. If, and in our case this year, our PPNs were downgraded in terms of market value, we're fortunate that the principal is protected, so we don't necessarily see the downside, but there is no upside to record. So in 2023, for example, our PPNs didn't gain any value, so we earned zero interest in terms of the financial statements with that. But understanding that in years where market value does fluctuate, we would earn income towards that, and we would allocate those to the reserve funds just like we would in any other case. Next slide, please. So as part of this review, staff is very, pretty satisfied with the current policy, but we always recognize there's potential for improvement. We tried to come up with different angles, looked at many different municipalities' investment policies. To be honest, many are very similar to ours, other than when I see they've moved on to Section 418.1 and went the prudent investment way. I would say that a lot of them are similar because the MFOA, which is the Municipal Finance Officers of Ontario, does issue sort of templates. And I think most, if not, a lot of municipalities have followed that template. So that's why they're very similar in nature. But we did think when we took a step back and looked at the policy, there were a few things that we could consider. One would be hiring a third party. So having a third party investment management person outside of the treasurer role to help us with allocating funds in different investments. Another one would be for us to start to explore that Section 418.1 or the prudent investment route, which provides a joint investment board. I think it's an item I have been reviewing over the last year and a half. We haven't gone too far down the path, but certainly begs to provide some more understanding to both members of council and myself for that matter. We could set up a per term risk tolerance vote so that members of council in a particular term could say, here's sort of where my risk tolerance levels are, and collaborate to come up with a set risk tolerance per term. Because some years we may have a higher risk tolerance and some we may have a lower risk tolerance. So that's another opportunity to sort of tweak the current system. And part of that could also mean there are certain funds. So there might be a risk tolerance, and you might apply amount values to say, up to this amount. For example, you could say up to 5 million. We agree with going this route, but anything above that, you would need to take steps 1, 2, and 3. So there's different ways we could look at the risk tolerance. Reporting requirements. As we talked about throughout the report, we are working on our strategic financial plan. We did have one in the past, and it does need to be updated. Lots of things have changed. One of the major things that has changed is the cost of everything. So that has changed things significantly when we look at development charge background study, when we look at our asset management plan, when we look at our annual budgeting process. Just everything costs so much now that it's a really good time, and I think it's important that we update that. And part of our thoughts around that are that we add some reporting requirements within the strategic financial plan to address the investment policy in some way. And finally, there is the possibility to change the delegation of authority. In the current policy, the delegation of authority is with the treasurer through the vote from council on the policy itself. So there's always the opportunity to make that change if council so chose. Next slide, please. So I thought we need to think about some considerations for next steps too. I do know that there is room for improvement for sure. And I think some of the things we've put out as items to discuss or consider are a good start. But the reality is the policy could stay the same. Council does not have to change it if they so chose. It could remain status quo. But what I thought might be a good consideration is to take some of the feedback we received today and the discussion we received today and incorporate it in either an updated policy or just an updated staff report, and also move towards providing the information under section 418.1. I think it's important to really take a good look at the JIB or the Joint Investment Board. It is there's definitely room for them to be more aggressive or less aggressive if we want them to be. There's potential to earn higher interest income or higher investment income in the sense that they have a wider range of investments that they can do in comparison to what we can do today. So just a couple of thoughts or considerations for next steps, and happy to answer any questions or reply to some comments.
Thank you very much, Treasurer Quinlan. And I'll just turn to the clerk to inquire if there's anyone online. Thank you. And there is no one in the gallery. So I will immediately read in the recommendation and turn it over to committee for comment. So the recommendation is the staff report T 2024-14 investment policy review be received, and the council hear and accept the investment policy review report in accordance with the investment policy requirement of a minimum review once per council term, and that once the strategic financial plan is completed, staff provide an update on the town's investments, noting any intended changes due to new or updated information. May I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Baines, Mayor Hamlin. And questions and comments? Councillor Baines, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the Treasurer. On page 2 of your report, overview of current investment policy, this is a question of nuance. The Town of Collingwood's investment policy, effective January 2017, is designed to optimize the utilization of cash resources by ensuring the highest risk-adjusted returns while safeguarding capital, maintaining liquidity, and adhering to statutory requirements. Use the term risk-adjusted as distinct from risk adverse or risk avoidance. Can you explain to me why that term and what the implications of that are versus risk avoidance or risk averse? Or
Sure, if I may, through you, Madam Chair. So I think, and it could be just a difference in terms, but when I look at what is required or what is set out in the Municipal Act, we say risk adjusted because it's based on what we can invest in and not necessarily, which is very low risk items, highly rated Canadian Crown Corp kind of information, banks and things like that. I use the term risk adjusted because it follows the Municipal Act, but maybe just a difference in opinion on how that term is worded. But it's definitely very low risk averse.
Well, thank you, Councillor Baines. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. Appreciate the presentation. I'd probably like to have the recommendations severed when we go to vote. I'm fully supportive of receiving the report. But in considering the other recommendations, I was using the detailed report in our previous discussions to make some comment, and we'll just see how the discussions go. So in 2017, I supported the new investment policy as it still reads now. There had been a great deal of discussion of the need for the policy because in 2016, on about 48 million in bank funds, only about $500,000 had been earned. As well, the expectation was that based on the financial policies that council were putting in place, the levels of funds was expected to be growing substantially. And this has occurred, reaching to about 2.5 times at about 125 million on average for 21, 22, and 23. There were similar considerations back then to those listed in the first 3 bullets of the potential updates, which Treasurer Quinlan also outlined in the slides. My intent when I supported the new policy was for AMO's One Fund to be an investment option that would give us those other things that you pointed out in your slides, which was to manage it through a third party with investment expertise, larger investing power. Also, it could help move our investing practices into the prudent investor path, and then meet council's investment risk priorities too. So that's still my opinion. And so I thought that a major step may be to, as an undertaking in this review, was to examine One Fund again as to whether it would continue to be a preferred option. This is because there will be a need for some consideration about the 28 million in PPNs that will come for consideration in the first half of 2025. I continue to look at AMO's investment arm because now close to 200 Ontario municipal and broader public sector investors are combining for a total investment level of about 3 billion in 2022. And I think 2.5 was on the legal list side and 500 million was on the prudent investor side that you noted about. So that's a doubling from 2017. But I was hoping to know more before finalizing. So I thought maybe I was anticipating, now there was some talk in your presentation about possibly taking it back and then bringing it back forward to us. So that may be the case if see how we progress. But if not, if we were bringing this forward to finalize in 2 weeks, would it be possible to get a little more detail about where the One Fund is as far as a tool going forward, and as I say, would it still be considered a priority in our policy? So that's a question, if I may.
Thank you, Treasurer Quinlan.
Thank you. I keep wanting to say, Madam Chair, thank you for that. So on the AMO One Fund, definitely we can give you some more information in terms of where things went. Obviously, they saw a similar sort of decline over the last couple of years as we did with the value of our PPN. So there was a little bit of a blip there given COVID and then what happened with interest rates and all that kind of fun stuff. But they are back on the rise. So I do think it's worthwhile to look at them and see where they're at right now. I do have some experience. I did quite a few investments with the One Fund back in my past life. So I do recognize that it is another great path for investments as well. So yes, for sure, we can provide some updated information in the next 2 weeks. Sorry, the second part to your question, Deputy Mayor, I apologize.
If I may, so I was just saying, if we decide that we want to have the policy come back later, then it may not be 2 weeks. I'm just asking.
Sorry,
I think it would address that issue that you've raised, which is this council should be considering its risk decisions.
Yeah.
And as I said, to me, that investment fund was the one back in 2017 that I felt could be a priority. So I was hoping that we could pursue on that. So the other area of the policy that that's being focused on was about under the performance standards on page 12 of the policy. It indicates that portfolio investments should obtain a rate of return through the budgetary cycles. My reasoning in 2017 for supporting annual returns was because as you explained in your presentation and you outlined in the report on page 5 about the 20% going to operating revenue to help offset municipal levy. So the understanding we have is that the PPN investment has been for the long-term reserve funds, and those would be discretionary, that aren't required in the near term. In this regard, then, I support the fourth bullet of your page 6, which is that consider making adjustments to the appropriate policies to direct how investment income is allocated. As it further notes about Section 418, Section 4 of the Municipal Act, it must be kept in mind. And I think it appears to me, though, that if we were putting long-term investments away for a period of time to earn hopefully larger returns, we could designate the return to go to those discretionary funds. And if that was the case, then would that give us the opportunity to have the other current funds and you talked about the non-discretionary reserves share any of the annual return while the other ones are locked away, so to speak. So I'd like your opinion on that, if I may. Do you follow what I even said?
Thank you. Through you, Chair Doherty. Yeah. So I think it's a good alternative to look at and we should maybe take a look at what the value would be. So I think essentially what you're saying is anything that's long-term, we would apply directly to, and I think we've had the discussion before to the non-discretionary reserves, because it would mean that there are more, or there is more, I should say, investment income that may find itself into the operating fund. And I think we could do the exercise. We'd have to be very clear that, in our statements that it was directed, we invested the money from these discretionary funds, because when it comes to the obligs over the past several years, what we've done is, and in accordance with the Municipal Act, it says if you do sort of group investing, I'm not taking investments from, say, DC Roads Reserve and saying this is going to X investment. We're taking the whole cash flow and figuring and determining what we need across all of those different categories. So what the Act says is, if you do that, then you have to allocate on a proportionate share. But I think if we stated that a certain portion of our investments were specifically for discretionary, that we could do that route. And then it might be worthwhile, and I think we could also do that over the next 2 weeks to apply to the council review to see what that means. Like how much difference it makes to, say, the reserves and the reserve funds, and then also to the operating fund. But definitely something worthwhile to take a look at.
Just if I may close off, and that fits in closing what I was going to say, because you did outline the thought that when the strategic financial plan is done, you could provide that kind of outline of the impact if we did this or if we did that, and that's what I was hopeful that we could proceed with. The other thing I'd say is I also support delegated authority. I think that once the current policy is updated, if we decide to, it's recognized that there's fluidity in what you're doing, and the treasurer has to have the ability to be able to move if necessary. So I'm fully supportive of delegated authority staying within the policy, and I just wanted to confirm that. And so I'll leave it to others to comment, but I do like the idea of perhaps a little bit of tweaking to the policy, and then being able to see what the impact would be if we made final decisions about the allocation of interest when we've got the strategic financial plan in front of us. That's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So through to the Treasurer. So thank you very much for such a thoughtful and thorough response to our questions over the past little while. And I think just to add to the Deputy Mayor's comments, I think the risk tolerance vote each term of council combined with an investment education from a municipal perspective would also be valuable for each term of council. Okay. And then really in terms of your suggestion, perhaps investigating the JIB, I think only if it were a matter of your workload going forward that you were looking for something. I don't particularly want to pay a higher third party the whatever percentage they take out, because then you've got to offset that against what you were earning or not earning. And then the considerations that you can give to the deputy mayor's suggestion of one fund, which I don't think is the same kind of thing as JIB. It's just another form of investment, which you would consider. So I too agree with leaving the delegated authority for sure, given the terrific job that you do. And I do like matching the long-term investments with the long-term planning in terms of our funding reserves. And so I do like that idea and would love to see those calculations as well. So that's it for me. That was a great report and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jeffrey. Any other comments? Mayor Hamlin.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you also for the report. It was very thorough. I'm also very much in favor of keeping the delegated authority. I wouldn't want council members to think that they have, that you have to have some kind of degree in financial planning to run for council. And that's what, we're so happy to have you on our team. I am sort of leaning towards a third-party manager or the group investing. And I don't know which is better. I do think as we've had, more and more funds in our reserve funds, that it's a lot of responsibility to put on our treasurer, quite frankly, to be making all the investment decisions. I'm very much a person who's in favor of, allocation and balancing between investments. And I see that group investing would no doubt get us there. And perhaps a third party would as well. But at least we'd have the expertise outside of people who do this day in and day out. And it would maybe give you some comfort as well when we're making investment decisions, because it's a lonely job at the top. So that, as I say, I'm not sure I have a preference at this point, but one or the other would be good. And I'd be interested in learning more about the but the group investing option, because I don't have a lot of detailed knowledge about that. I'm not sure about measuring each council as they come in each term, what their risk tolerance is. I think you do need a certain level of sophistication to feel comfortable making that decision. From my own perspective, I think municipalities should be at the low risk end, always. But anyway, I'm open to further discussion on that. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Anyone else? Okay, I will thank you very much for the report, and I will echo the comments that have been made with regard to exploration of the One Fund. I have been attending AMO board meetings every 2 months. I am always exposed to a report from One Fund, and they are doing extremely well. And they offer the additional benefit not only of the power of group investing, but also they can in many ways act as an investment advisor to a municipal treasurer. So that would negate the necessity for us to bring in a third party, which I'm just not sure about at this point in time. Also, I'm very supportive of delegation of authority. We are not necessarily financial managers in any term of council. And so it's very important to have an expert at the top that can direct us knowledgeably. And then the final remark that I will make is that I would look forward to seeing a strategic financial plan. And I'm sure that, as a follow-up to this meeting, we can have more robust discussions. So thank you very much for the report. And if there are no other questions or comments, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. And I had asked about severing, and I'm through you, if I may. I was going to ask Treasurer Quinlan and CEO Skinner. When I read the first is, as I say, totally supportive of, but it says, "And that council herein accept the investment policy review report in accordance with the investment policy requirement of a minimum review," which is correct. We're doing that. And then the final one says, "And that once the strategic financial plan is completed, staff provide an update on the town's investments, noting and any intended changes due to new or updated information." I think that covers everything too, in my opinion, because we've said that once the strategic financial plan is available, you'll do some analysis and we'll consider the options in regards to the investment allocation or return allocation. So as long as that's clear with everybody that we are going to not necessarily finalize the policy, but we're accepting it as we need to under the requirement that it's the minimum of one reporting thing. So I'm going to turn to Treasurer Quinlan and ask if you need any more direction within the recommendations.
If I may, Chair Doherty, thank you, Deputy Mayor Fryer. So I do think just one little nuance that in the next 2 weeks, I thought we could provide sort of some guidance on what it would mean if we moved, if we said specifically these investments were allocated to the long-term strategic or long-term reserve funds. We could give you a pretty good idea of what that means. It won't be perfect, but it'll be darn close. And if there were any other updates when we got to the strategic financial plan, then we would report that then as well. But I think it would be in the policy. Like, I think it's worthwhile to include sort of an investment income allocation policy within the investment policy to say where, where investments are designated, council has the right to do so, or something along those lines. And then the options will be there to say, here's what it means. It means X number of dollars goes more towards the taxpayers, but recognizing that there could be, maybe future impacts. I don't know. Well, we can talk about that, but I thought at least you could look at it in the next 2 weeks, not next week. And that the AMO sort of yearly or annual report and some information around the one fund would come as well, with the expectation that we would update again once the strategic financial plan. So we may have to look at the investment policy again at that point to say, this doesn't work anymore because whatever comes out of it. So I just thought maybe that, just to be sure, to be clear, that we will be looking at it again.
And I'm great with that, because in 2 weeks, if I feel there's a need to speak to anything, I can just plan on doing it then. So I'm supportive of it not being severed, and we can just vote on it all. Yeah.
All right. Oh, and Mayor Hamlin.
Thank you. Just as a question came up to my mind after the Deputy Mayor spoke, I thought the Municipal Act gave some guidance about allocating of income, but you'll be taking that into account, I guess, when you report back?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Chair Doherty. Yeah. So there is a portion where it says when you make a joint investment, but it doesn't mean we can't assign. I just need to, if we assign a certain investment to a specific fund, then I think it would be fairly allocated. So you could still proportionately allocate in that way.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, very good. So just to confirm, we are not severing this motion. We will vote on it in its entirety. And so I will call the vote now. All in favor? And that carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Treasurer Quinlan. And now moving on to item 14.2.2, annual lobbyist registry report. And Clerk Almas, you can have the floor.
Thank you. And I only have 5 slides, so I will just sit here. It'll be short and sweet. This is our annual report that is presented each year that describes the activities of the previous year. As you may be aware, the Municipal Act, Section 223.9 is the provision of the act that allows municipalities to establish a lobbyist registry for persons who are lobbying public office holders. And council had prepared or reviewed and delegated the preparation of a lobbyist registry service back in 2020, and it was approved by bylaw 2020-001. So we'll move to our first slide. So a quick review, what is lobbying? Lobby or lobbying means any communication with a public office holder by an individual who is paid or represents a business or financial interest with the goal of trying to influence any legislative action, including development, introduction, passage, defeat, amendment, or repeal of a bylaw, motion, resolution, or outcome of a decision of any matter that is before council, a committee of council, or board, or a staff member acting under any delegated authority. Those who are lobbied wherein the activity needs to be registered includes the following list as noted on this slide and are referred to as a public office holder, as they have the ability to make decisions or make recommendations that could be influenced by a lobbying activity. Therefore, we conduct training for the above, including for our volunteer boards and committees members that are making any sort of decision or recommendation to council. Additionally, we have new staff orientation training that also includes lobbyist registry training as well. It is important to note that lobbyists are encouraged to register prior to the lobbying activity. However, if lobbying occurs unexpectedly or unknown to the individual or the public office holder, the lobbyist can register up to 10 days following the lobbying activity. All public office holders are reminded to advise individuals who may be lobbying them to ensure that they do register. If they don't register, please ensure that they are reported to our manager of accountability, procurement, and risk management, and they will follow up with a lobbyist directly. Next slide reviews the types of lobbyists that we require registry to happen from in the town of Collingwood. So that is a consultant lobbyist, in-house lobbyist, and a volunteered unpaid lobbyist. The most common lobbying activity that we see in Collingwood is consistent with other municipal lobbying registry programs is in-house lobbyists. This is generally an employee, partner, or sole proprietor who lobbies on behalf of their own employer, business, or other entity. An example would be a sales representative from a business contacting a town public office holder trying to influence and lobby the town to purchase their good or service. Number 4, our next slide talks about our updates from 2023 and comparable stats. As you can see, our stats are fairly consistent between 22 and 23. In 2023, we've had 49 acts of lobbying registered with approximately 47 lobbyists. The number of lobbyists compared to the number of lobbying activities can vary for a number of reasons. Generally, if there are a group of individuals that register separately for the same lobbying activity, or if one lobbyist registers for a variety of activities. There are also occasions where the lobbyists can submit registration for actions that took place over several months, which is allowed if all lobbying acts pertain to a single project within the date range submitted and logged to the correct individual that is lobbied. If the subject dates or individuals being lobbied were to change, new submissions would be required. This means that a single submission can cover multiple discussions or meetings between the listed parties and has also led to a decrease in reported lobbying activities. Slide number 5. We thought this matter was these statistics would be of interest to members of council and staff and the community. The majority of lobbying activities relates to planning and development, IT, particularly with respect to new technology and software applications, as well as PRC through a range of programs and services that this department provides. And our final slide. So as previously noted in the first paragraph above, describes where we've seen the most variances since we have started the lobbyist registry service and have realized some efficiencies related to the ongoing lobbying with respect to the same project within the same year. Regardless, annual registration is required for activities that expand over 1 year. I'm proud and pleased to also reiterate that Collingwood is regularly contacted by our peer municipalities for information, reports, our bylaw, and our lobbyist code of conduct as it relates to our lobbying registry service. Even our neighbors to the west that are looking at implementing this by year end. I should also remind council that all staff reports have a section that notes where lobbying has been put on record regarding the decision being made so that the public, council members, and senior staff are aware. As I conclude this update, some people still, you may encounter people that staff also do as well that perceive the act of lobbying as a very negative activity. And I want to remind the public and council that we continue to communicate that transparent, publicly registered and appropriate lobbying is normal municipal process, and that lobbying can advocate for positive changes in a community. So don't be afraid of lobbying. If you're asked to register. It just shows that you're more accountable, and we put some value and integrity in behind that as well. So I think that's just an important reminder, and I believe that was the last slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Almas. Very succinct. And is there anyone? No, there is no one online, and there was no one in the gallery. So I will read the recommendation. That staff report C 2024-06, 2023 annual lobbyist registry report be received for information. May I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Potts, Councillor Perry. Questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that carries unanimously. We are moving along. We're at item 14.3, unregistered deputations. Would there be anyone online wishing? No. Okay, so there is no one online, so we will move on then to item 14.4, which is reports and minutes of other committees and boards. And the recommendation is that the following minutes of other committees and boards be received and the recommendations contained be approved. So we have the Museum Advisory Committee on May 16th, the Collingwood Public Library Board on March 28th, excuse me, Trails and Active Transportation Advisory Committee on May 9th. May I have a mover and a Councillor Jeffrey, Councillor Perry. Questions or comments? I have a quick one. Actually, just wondering, and I think this would probably be to you, Clerk Almas, the Collingwood Public Library, March 28th, because we've received other minutes since then. Or at least I'm pretty sure we have. Just wondering, would this just have been one that had been missed?
My apologies. I don't know the answer. I'm going to assume that's the correct answer, that it was neglected to be included with previous ones that may have happened after that, but I can confirm.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Oh, Councillor Barry.
What was the question for the library board? Because we didn't have a meeting in April, I believe. Was that your question? Sorry, I missed the.
Yes. So the minutes are March 28th, and I was, in my mind, we had seen minutes since then, but it may be that we just saw staff reports. So I don't know that you can offer any clarity on that.
No, sorry.
Okay, so we'll follow up on that.
I can answer. It is that the library board is not doing electronic minute approval. So it takes them extra time to get there.
I see. Okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Clerk Almas. Okay. So we have a mover and a seconder. So I will call a vote on receiving reports and minutes from other committees. All in favor, and that carries unanimously. Is there any old or deferred business? Any other business? Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just through you to Director Slama. At the last meeting, I had asked a question regarding our process for checking the lights, the traffic lights. And I'm assuming there's an inventory or a regular process, but as a policymaker and someone responsible as a director for liability, I was just wondering that we're not just counting on residents to phone in something and say, this isn't working. Yeah, so do we have a process in place where we check those? Or is it our responsibility at all? Maybe it's someone else. I don't know.
Director Slama?
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Jeffrey. So if you could clarify for me, are you speaking of the traffic signals or the street lights?
Traffic signals and the flashing hands and the counting down seconds and the.
Okay. Yes. So through the chair to Councillor Jeffrey, we do have an inventory of the type of traffic signals and I guess, yeah, like the devices associated, I'm maybe not using the right term, but yeah, the devices associated with the pedestrian crossings at those. And staff have done a review. I will qualify to say I can't say 100%, but I could get back to council of whether we've done a review on all of the traffic signals, but we've certainly looked at the traffic signals on First Street and here Ontario to identify how those how the pedestrian signals are functioning, and we've made some adjustments. Councillor, members of the public may notice that we have made some adjustments to some of the lights on here Ontario Street so that the pedestrian it's a pedestrian first. So you see the pedestrian signal going turning on before the green light for the vehicles as one example of some adjustments that we have made. Again, we do have some limitations on the adjustments that we can make based on the age of the device. So that sometimes is a complexity, and we've brought that up with respect to some other changes in other locations that we would require budget to change those devices.
Follow up. Sure. Thanks. Yeah. So I think too, in the case of where you notice like the one side, the seconds aren't counting down, but the other side is, or this side's working, that side's not working, this light's out. So do we have a regular check that we do, or do we just simply rely on somebody seeing it while they're out and about doing something else?
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Jeffrey. So I will ask that I can touch base with the manager of Public Works, but to my knowledge, we don't go out and check those regularly or annually, let's say. A lot of it is reported, or when we're looking at one particular light about something, then we'll go and either look ourselves or consult with our service provider on some of the other locations.
Okay, thank you. I was just wondering if it's something we shouldn't do in terms of any liability or responsibility we have, that we have some kind of regular check in place. And Murphy's Law will be you can check one day and it quits the next. I understand that. But I would just like to know, as a responsible for liability and for things working, that we have something kind of regular in place that makes sense.
Sure. So through the chair, staff can provide and some information to council at the next meeting on what the regulatory requirements are.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. If I may, Director Slom, I just want to kind of follow up on Councillor Jeffrey's question. The City of Ottawa, their entire traffic signal system is on one big centralized grid, so that they can see online, they can check any of these intersections or lights online. They know exactly which ones are working and so on. So what would it take for us to have a similar system, or is that just something that you would see in a large urban center?
To you, Madam Chair. Again, I would request that I come back to council with some information on that, because it would involve certainly a program that's live and being monitored and updated. So, but the complexity or the cost or the management of that is something I'm not too sure about. So,
thank you.
Yep.
Hopefully, I'm not loading you down too much with that question. Okay, are there any notices of motion? Okay, seeing none, I will then ask for a motion to rise from Committee of the Whole. Councillor Potts, Deputy Mayor Fryer, all in favor? And that carries, and I turn it back over to you, Mayor.
Yes, thank you. I'm looking for a motion that bylaw number 2024-046, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings for the regular meeting of council held June 3rd, 2024, be enacted and passed this third day of June, 2024. We have Councillor Perry moving and Councillor Baines seconding. All those in favor? That passed unanimous. And we have a motion to adjourn. Thank you, Councillor Jeffrey. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.